أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذه الفعالية التي تنظمها غرفة الرياض بالتعاون مع بروجرس كونسلتنج ونخبة من المؤسسات العالمية، احتفاء باليوم العالمي للاستراتيجية تحت عنوان أفضل الممارسات العالمية لتنفيذ الخطط الاستراتيجية. إن اهتمام غرفة الرياض بالتخطيط والتنفيذ الاستراتيجي ينبع من قناعة راسخة بأن نجاح أي استراتيجية لا يكتمل بصياغتها فحسب، بل بقدرة المؤسسات على تطبيقها وقياس أثرها وتطويرها بما ينسجم مع التحولات المتسارعة ويعزز جاهزية قطاع الأعمال. ويأتي هذا اللقاء تأكيدا لدور الغرفة في تمكين القطاع الخاص ودعم جهاته الحكومية وشبه الحكومية عبر نقل الخبرات العالمية في مجال التخطيط والحوكمة وقيادة التغيير والنماذج التشغيلية بما يتوافق مع مستهدفات رؤية المملكة 2030 في بناء القدرات ورفع كفاءة الأداء واستشراف المستقبل. كما يسعدنا استضافة الخبراء الدوليين من استراتيجي مانجمنت جروب، بالانس سكور كارد انستيتيوت، وفيوتشر وورد، وكاسكيد، بما يثري النقاش ويتيح تبادل المعرفة حول أفضل الممارسات العالمية في التنفيذ الاستراتيجي. أرحب بكم جميعا متحدثين وحضور، وأتمنى لكم فعالية مثمرة تسهم في تعزيز ثقافة التخطيط وتمكين مؤسساتنا من تحقيق أثر أكبر وأكثر استدامة، وشكرا لكم.
والآن نفتتح أعمال ورشة العمل. تفضل يا دكتور.
السلام عليكم جميعا. Probably before we begin, just as a side note, if we can download the Slido application from Google Play.
إذا كان بالإمكان تحميل برنامج سلايدو من خلال الرمز الموجود على الشاشة، لأنها سوف تكون تفاعلية، فنتوقع من سعادتكم أن يكون هنالك تفاعل في الأسئلة والاستفتاءات، وسيكون هنالك فرصة لأي منكم أي من الأسئلة، خصوصا فيما يتعلق بالاستراتيجية أو أي شيء أردتم أن تطرحوه فيما يتعلق بالتخطيط والاستراتيجية والتنفيذ. بإمكانكم الدخول، هنالك رمز، أو بإمكانكم أن تتفاعلوا من خلال مسح هذا الرابط والتفاعل معه.
My name is
أنا اسمي محمد جبريل، أنا الرئيس التنفيذي لهذه الشركة، ولقد سعدت جدا لأن أكون موجود هنا لتطوير هذا برنامج التحول الوطني ورؤية 2030، وهي إحدى أكبر المشاريع الهامة والسعيدة التي مررت بها. فكنا ضمن الفريق الأساسي، 28 سنة من الخبرة في الاستراتيجية، تقييم الأداء، وإدارة الاستراتيجية، وأيضا تأسيس مركز السعودي لقياس الأداء وفي عام 2010. لذلك ودعونا نتحدث عن ما سوف نتحدث عنه اليوم. أعتقد صوت جيدا.
So we're all trying to do something big. We're all trying to achieve something big. We want to create value.
كلنا نريد أن يكون هنالك فارق في منظوماتنا، وكل منا يريد أن يكون هنالك أن يكون هنالك هدف للوجود، ترك الأثر، وأن تكون كشركة طبعا بالمنظور الاحترافي. لماذا أنا هنا؟ ما الذي أريد أن أحققه؟ فكل منا يريد أن يحقق شيئا كبير، لدينا طموحات، ولا من منظور تنظيمي بإمكاننا أن نطمح وأن نتوسع في شركاتنا أو نحقق الأثر الذي نريد أن نحققه للمستفيدين والعملاء. لكن حينما ندخل في الواقع مهم جدا، فنحن هي ليست سهلة، ليست سهلة أن نتحولها من حلم إلى واقع. إذا كنا ننظر إلى تنفيذ الاستراتيجيات والمشكلات الموجودة لدينا 75%، وأنا أخذ ذلك من حالة الاستراتيجية، والذي سوف يكون متاح لكم مصدر رائع جدا في نتائج تنفيذ الاستراتيجيات المنعكسة. وسوف هذه الإحصائيات بشكل 79% تفقد أو ليس لديها التقارير اللازمة حول الاستراتيجية، و80% تفقد المواءمة، والمواءمة لها طرق كثيرة. فلدينا موائمة بين الشركة والأقسام، لدينا الموائمة الخارجية، لدينا المؤامرة مع المشاريع ومؤشرات الأداء، وأيضا المؤامرة مع الفرق. ذلك يعتبر مهم جدا أن يكون هنالك القدرة على التنفيذ، وذلك أيضا نفتقده. 78% يقولون أنها غير مطبقة في العمليات، هي موجودة فقط على المستوى العالي، على مستوى مجلس الإدارة. وتلك أيضا مشكلة أخرى حينما نتحدث عن النضج والنضج الحقيقي فيما يتعلق بالاستراتيجية والقدرات والإمكانات. هنالك الكثير من يقولون بأنه وصلوا إلى نضج حقيقي. أيضا من مصادر أخرى، من مدارس معروفة عالميا كانت تقول بأن هنالك واقع مختلف. تعمل مع الشركة فيأتوا بدراسة للسوق، وتكون الافتراضات خطأ، أو أسوأ من ذلك لا يقوموا حتى بأي من ذلك بذكاء الأسواق، بل يكون أسوأ. 60% لا يفهمون دورهم الحقيقي وكيف عملي اليومي يسهم بشكل مباشر في الاستراتيجية. 40% يقولون بأن هنالك أنها مغلوطة أو هنالك إشكالات. المشاريع الأساسية التي تكون مهمة بالنسبة لي قد لا يكون مهم للمشروع، فهذه الأجندات الموجودة تؤثر على جودة وامتياز أي اندماج في الاستراتيجية، ولا يمكن أن يكون هنالك أي شيء له أكثر دور إرباكي من العمل على استراتيجية وعلى مبادرات ووضع الأفكار على الواقع، ثم تكتشف أن لا يوجد هنالك ميزانية لذلك. يحصل ذلك كثيرا، فحتى نكون قادرين على أن يكون لدينا الربط من مرحلة مبكرة مع الميزانيات. ففي النهاية 60% من الاستراتيجيات لا تحقق مستهدفاتها، وذلك مبني على دراسات معهد هارفارد وغيره. و90% من الاستراتيجيات أي قد تكون فاشلة أو فاشلة بشكل جزئي، وذلك رقم كبير جدا. لذلك بينما نريد أن يكون هنالك تغيير، نريد أن نقوم بشيء ما حتى يكون هنالك أثر على المنظومة. أعتقد أن ذلك مهم جدا، فأي تغيير يحصل سوف يكون هنالك أثرا على الكثير من البشر. نريد أن نحقق هذا الأثر، لكن الواقع وتحقيق الاستراتيجية التي فعليا تحقق في كما تقول هارفارد، كلية هارفارد للأعمال، بأنها بالمتوسط تتضاعف قيمة قيمة الحصة لملاك الحصص، فإذا هل هي تستحق أو لا؟ هي ليست فقط جعل الاستراتيجية أن تكون فقط موجودة على شكل شرائح إلكترونية. نحن نريد أن نضاعف قيمة الحصص لملاك الأسهم، وهنالك زاويتين للنظر إليها وحتى يمكنك أن تدرك الاستراتيجية. أولا، فاعلية التخطيط الاستراتيجي والكفاءة لتنفيذ الاستراتيجية، وهي زاويتين مختلفة تماما. أن تقوم بالشيء الصحيح مقابل أن تقوم بالأشياء بشكل صحيح. الأول هو حول الكفاءة، وأنا أتأكد بأن أو الفاعلية حتى نتأكد بأن هذه الحلول ممكنة وتصحيحية. والثانية تعني بأننا نكون قادرين على تحقيق هذه الوعود بشكل بكفاءة عالية. فإذا كان لدينا فعالية استراتيجية فعالة ولكن لا يوجد ولكن غير مستخدم، قد نأتي بوراء في العالم يكون لديهم استراتيجية فعالية عالية جدا لكن محتفظ بها في الأوراق. وعلى النقيض، إذا كان لدينا منفذين جيدين وفرق تستطيع أن تنفذ الاستراتيجية، ولدينا أشخاص يستطيعوا أن يحققوا أهداف، ونحن نأتي بأفضل المتعاقدين والأموال، وتكون الاستراتيجية خطأ وتكون غير فعالة، سيكون هنالك معاناة، ولكن سيكون معاناة ذات غير فالاستراتيجية نفسها قد تكون ليست فعالة بشكل كافي. إذن يجب أن يكون لدينا استراتيجية فعالة مع تنفيذ عالي جدا. المفكر سانزو قبل أكثر من 1500 سنة كان يقول الاستراتيجية من غير تكتيك تعتبر هي أبطأ. يجب أن تتأكد بأنه حينما تقوم بتقديم الاستراتيجية تقدمها بشكل كفؤ وبشكل فعال، وأن تكون الاستراتيجية فعالة. يجب أن تكون الاستراتيجية فعالة، وأيضا يجب أن تعمل عليها بشكل كفؤ، شيئين مختلفين. فكيف بأن نحقق كل من ذلك؟ حينما نتحدث عن فعالية الاستراتيجية، القيام بالأمور الصحيحة، فهي أن يكون هنالك وضوح وشفافية في الخيارات. الفعالية تأتي من أن يكون هنالك خيارات اليمين أو اليسار، أن يكون هنالك نظرة مستقبلية واستشرافا لذلك المستقبل بناء على ما ممكن أن يحصل، ولكن ما الذي سوف يحصل على 5 أو 10 سنوات القادمة مثلا، لأنه في تلك اللحظة لتطوير الاستراتيجية في المستقبل. الفعالية، المساءلة، الحوكمة، البيانات، الأنظمة الإدارة، التقنية، الجداول، هذه كلها تتعلق بالتنفيذ، فهي أمرين مختلفين تماما ولهم مهارات مختلفة. بينت ريكر كان يقول أن لا يوجد هنالك شيء ليس ذو قيمة إذا كان تقوم بجهد كبير، ولكن يفترض بك أن لا تقوم بذلك، فأن تكون قادر على اتخاذ ذلك القرار بالانطلاق أو بالاستمرار بهذا الخيار أو لا، هو في صلب أحد بإمكاننا نقوم بأن في كل واحد مننا يستخدم منتجاتهم، فهي موجودة في كل مكان. لدينا لشركة الموصلات الرقمية، وهو لديه استحواذ على 90% من إنتاج الموصلات الصغيرة، الموصلات أشباه الموصلات، وهي أي شيء لديه شاشة، من جوال إلى سيارتك إلى الميكروويف إلى آلة القهوة، كلها تحتاج هذه أشباه الموصلات. فكان يقول من غير استراتيجية التنفيذ غير ممكن. وأن تكون لديك استراتيجية فعالة. وإحدى الأمور التي رأيتها كثيرا هو شرح ماهية الاستراتيجية. دائما ما يقولوا سوف نطور استراتيجية، فهي خطة، نحن نريد خطة، ولكن ليس في الحقيقة هذا هو الاستراتيجية. والخطة أي شخص بإمكانه أن يقوم بها. من سيقوم بماذا ومتى، ومن سوف يرفع التقرير. هذه إدارة مشاريع. فالخطة مهمة جدا للاستراتيجية، لكن الاستراتيجية لا تتمحور حول الخطة. اسمها الخطة الاستراتيجية، لكن الاستراتيجية هي اختيار الاتجاه، التوجه، اختيار خيارك من عدد من الخيارات أو حقيبة خيارات. إن لم يكن لديك شخص يفهم التوجه الاستراتيجي فهو شخص يجب أن لا تعمل معه في الاستراتيجية. المخططين لا يقوموا بإعداد الاستراتيجيات يوجد من هم متخصصون بها، ويجب علينا أن نفرق بين هاتين المهارتين. السيد ستيفن كافي يقول بأن الأشخاص يعملون تحت المدراء، ولكن ليس لديهم وقت لاتخاذ القرارات لمعرفة ذلك. الأعمال اليومية، لكن لا نقضي الوقت الكافي لمحاولة فهم ما الذي يجب علينا أن نعمله في المستقبل، وهذا شيء مختلف تماما. فإذا دعونا نأخذ طريقة ما الذي يجب أن تقوم به أو وما يجب عليك أن تتجنبه. أنت يجب عليك أن تفهم ما الذي يحصل اليوم ويجب أن يكون لديك تخطيط واستشراف ل10 إلى 20 سنة في المستقبل. يجب أن تضمن أن تكون استراتيجيتك لا تحتاج أن تتغير بعد عدد من الأيام أو الأشهر، وليس عدد من السنوات. أن لا تفترض حاجة عملائك. دائما حاول أن تكون هنالك مجموعات عمل، أن يكون هنالك عينات ممثلة من عملائك، ويجب عليك أن تفهم الكثير حول المستوى الأدنى والمستوى الأعلى. الكثير يقوم بعمل استراتيجية من غير أن يكون لديهم فهم للمنافسة. مصنع على سبيل المثال قد يقوم بالإنتاج، لكن لا يعرف أن كل المنافسين لديهم نفس الفكرة. أنا بنيت مصنع جديد والجميع بنى مصنع جديد، أصبح لدينا الكثير من العرض ولا يوجد هناك طلب. إذن يجب أن يكون لديك ذكاء الأعمال، سلوك المستهلك، كل شيء، الأمور الذي يكون على المستوى الأسفل والمستوى الأعلى. يجب عليك أن تكون فاهم على خياراتك الاستراتيجية وأن تقوم بوزنها ومعرفة قيمة وزن كل منها. يجب أن لا تقوم بكل شيء في وقت واحد. لا يمكنك أن تقوم بكل شيء في وقت واحد ولا تقفز إلى التوجهات من غير أن تعرف ما هي الخيارات البديلة. وأخيرا وليس آخرا، يجب أن تركز على الأثر والمخرجات وليس الاحتياجات. إحدى أكبر الأفخاخ التي تقع فيها هو أن يكون هنالك استراتيجية مبنية على الاحتياجات. لدينا مشروع الألف، مشروع باء، مشروع جيم، وتكون لأنه لدي مشاريع استراتيجية وستكون هذه الاستراتيجية خطأ. المشاريع هي تأتي كوسائل لتحقيق مشاريع لتحقيق هذه بل تكون حول ما هي المخرجات والنتائج التي تريد أن تقوم بها. يجب أن يكون لديك لوح أعمال تكون دائمة التحديث، وأعتقد أن التغيير هو الأكثر أهمية وهو الأكثر حتمية. فنحن نعيش في عالم متغير بشكل سريع وبشكل يومي. إذن يجب عليك أن تفهم بأن الاستراتيجية هي ليست حدثا يومي أو سنوي. الكثير من الأشخاص يقوموا عمل هذه التحديثات بشكل سنوي. ذلك ممتاز جدا، وأنت لديك أداء أفضل من غيرك، لكن هذا ليس كافيا. فهنالك الوحدات والأقسام، حتى لو كان شخصا واحد، ويكون وظيفته المتمركزة حول ديناميكية الاستراتيجية، وتكون حية وتكون جاهزة للتغييرات وغيره. يجب أن نصل إلى فهم كامل ما هي الاستراتيجية والخطة وفعاليتها، وهي أن تدور حول الخيارات، أن تختار ما الذي تريد أن تقوم به وما الذي ترغب بتجنبه. السيد مايكل بورتر يتحدث عن الاستراتيجية ومبادئها، وكان يقول بأن الاستراتيجية يجب أن لا تكون لا تؤثر أو تحسن كل شيء. ما هي الأسئلة الصحيحة؟ أولا، ما الذي تريد أن تخدم؟ ما هي الخادمات الموجودة؟ ما هي القيمة؟ ما هي القنوات؟ والكثير من الأسئلة. هل أتوسع أكثر؟ هل أؤسس؟ هل أقوم؟ إذا كنت سوف أتوسع، لماذا أتوسع؟ هل سوف أتوسع بشكل عمودي من خلال سلسلة التوريد، أو أن أتوسع بشكل أفقي؟ يجب أن أعرف هل سوف أقدم منتجات أو حلول أو اشتراكات، أو ما هو المنتج الذي أقوم ببيعه؟ هل أريد أن يكون لدي قدرة داخلية وأستثمر في موظفيني، أو سوف أعتمد على الشركاء الجيدون وهم الموردين والذين هذه كلها قرارات يجب علي أن أتخذها. هذه هي الاستراتيجية، ويجب علينا أن لهدف وسبب مهم جدا. وهذا سؤال سوف يتم طرحه عليكم في إحدى الجلسات. الشركات تموت، الشركات تنخفض، وهنالك دورة حياة للشركات، صعود وانخفاض، وموجودة كثيرا في القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص. يجب علينا إذن أن نجد الميزانية.
We have good expertise and begin chasing a transformation, not just.
يجب علينا أن نجد التحول وليس فقط التغيير. يجب أن يكون لدينا تحول كامل، وحينما نحول هذه المؤسسة سوف تمدد عمرها وعمرها الإيجابي أو الجيد، وتحول بعد تحول آخر سوف تكون في أعلى المستويات في قطاعك. إذا كنا ننظر إلى ماذا يحصل مع شركة فوجي فيلم وشركة كوداك في عام 2000، كانت متنافسات 50%. كانت أحدها مسيطرة في شمال أمريكا والأخرى في آسيا، وكانوا هم قادة العالم فيما يتعلق بصناعة الأفلام. ثم ظهرت الكاميرا الرقمية في عام 2002، وشركة فوجي اشترت شركة زيروكس، وبدأوا بتنويع ما يقوموا به، وقاموا بالتحول للتصوير، واستقبلوا المستقبل وعرفوا ما الذي يحويها المستقبل، وأخذوا ذلك المستقبل وأدخلوه في استراتيجيتهم. لذلك الآن ما زلت تجد شركة فوجي فيلم في مجالات كثيرة مثل الجيولوجيا والكيميائيات وغيرها. أما كوداك كانت طريقة تقول نحن نصنع الأفلام، لن نتحول. التصوير الرقمي لن يكون مهم البتة ولن يستمر. أفلست. إذن هي ليست حول أن تكون فقط التحسن، ولأن ذلك ولكن قد تكون مشكلة وجودية لبعض الشركات، قد تنخفض إلى مستوى الموت وعدم الوجود في حال من الأحوال. وكما قلنا هذا قد يكون أمر في القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام. إذن سوف أطرح عليكم سؤال قصير، وهنالك هدايا بإمكانكم الحصول عليها. لدينا هنا سؤال قصير وحتى تكون قادرا على الإجابة إليه. إذ الذين لم يكونوا هنا بداية الجلسة، إذا بإمكانكم تحميل تطبيق سلايدو أو الدخول على موقع slido.com، ثم سوف نرى سؤال هنا والذي سوف يكون أمامي. إذا انتقلتم لتطبيق سلايدو، سؤالنا يقول: أي منظومة حكومة تم إيقافها في عدد من الدول موجودة لدينا في سلايدو. حتى تكون قادر على المشاركة، إما أن تدخل على موقع slido.com وتدخل هذا الرقم، أو المسح أو استخدام الكاميرا للدخول عبر الكود الظاهر على الشاشة. السؤال يقول: ما هي المنظومات الحكومية أو المنظومة الحكومية التي تم إيقافها في دول كثيرة؟ يعتبر سؤالا واسع، وهذه هي نعم. الآن تظهر لدينا الإجابات، إجابات مباشرة فقط. حتى أحيطكم علما، لدينا 50% خصم 50% على كل على شهادات 6 7 8 مقررات، وسوف يكون هناك خصم 50% للأشخاص الذين يجيبون بشكل صحيح. وأرى الكثير من الأشخاص هنا، وهذه ليست الإجابات الصحيحة. هذه ليست حكومات، ليست وكالات حكومية. سوف ننظر للإجابات. هذا السؤال سوف يكون متاح حتى نهاية اليوم. دعونا نعود الآن. لقد تحدثنا حول التخطيط الفعال في الاستراتيجية وتنفيذها. ذلك أصعب بكثير. إذا كان لدينا صعوبة في التخطيط للاستراتيجية، سوف يكون لنا مشكلة في التنفيذ بشكل أكبر. إذن الاستراتيجية وهي ليست حول أن نقوم بالكثير من الأعمال، بل أن يكون لدينا مخرجات أكثر، بل أن تكون مشاريعك مبنية على الموائمة وغيرها من العناصر المهمة جدا. كما تعلمون، فالنوايا طيبة وحدها لا تكفي لإدارة الأعمال. وأحد المتحدثين اليوم سوف يكون من شركة أمازون، وسوف نتحدث عن أمازون. إذن الأمور التي يجب أن نقوم بها والتي لا نقوم بها خلال تنفيذ الاستراتيجية بشكل فعال، وإحدى الأفخاخ التي يقع بها الكثير في تنفيذ الاستراتيجيات يكون هو تنفيذها من غير أن نعرف من الذي سوف ينفذها وغيره. يجب أن يكون هنالك محاسبة ومساءلة. يجب أن يكون هنالك معايير للمحاسبة، مراجعة أسبوعية، شهرية، أيضا ربعية، وتكون على مستويات مختلفة. يجب أن يكون هنالك نظام منصة لذلك. كل تلك الأمور تعطينا القدرة للمساءلة وغيرها. ربط الموارد، ربط أن يكون لديك غياب للميزانية، فيكون هنالك الكثير من الأمور لكن لا يوجد لديها ميزانية لتنفيذها. أيضا يجب أن تربط ذلك إذا كان لديك موافقات مثلا مع وزارات المالية. يجب عليك أن تعرف متى سيكون لدي موعد لاستلام الاعتمادات المالية. يجب علينا أن الاعتماد على بيانات حية لاتخاذ القرارات. يجب أن تعرف كل مؤشرات الأساس تكون مبنية على البيانات. يكون هنالك نظاما لجلب البيانات بشكل حي. الوضوح لقد رأيت الكثير من الشركات الكبرى والشركات العظمى فيما يتعلق بالاستراتيجية لا يعملوا مع الربط والتسبيب، وذلك يعني بأن يكون لديك الكثير من المحتويات، الأهداف والمؤشرات والمشاريع، لكن كيف يتم ربط كل ذلك مع بعضه البعض؟ ماذا سوف يكون العائد حال فشل المشروع، وكيف يرتبط بعضهم البعض؟ لذلك التسبيب والربط مهم جدا. استخدام معايير الأداء يجب أن تكون للمدراء العموم، ويجب أن لا تكون أن تستخدم من جميع الفريق. إذا المؤشرات الأساس وغيرها إذا أصبحت مجرد أداة، سوف تكون الكثيرين يحاولوا أن يضمنوا بأن يكون كل شيء في الخانة الخضراء. يجب أن تقدم نموذج عمل حينما يكون الجميع يستخدمون البيانات لاتخاذ قرارات صحيحة وتحسين الأداء. هو نظام لقياس الأثر. أخيرا وليس آخرا، هنالك مقولة سوف أقولها بالعربية: الشخص هو عدو نفسه، عدو ما لا يفهمه. في اللحظة التي يكون هنالك تأثير على الأنظمة سوف نسأل بشكل شهري حتى يكون هنالك تحديثات. سوف يجد هنالك الكثير من المقاومة، ويجب عليك أن تفهم ما هي المصطلحات الحديثة، ما هي الاستراتيجية، ما هي تقنية إدارة الأداء، ويجب أن تكون قادر على أن تعيش في التنفيذ. وأنا أحاول، وطبعا الخوف هو شيء رئيس جدا، عدم القدرة على التنفيذ أو عدم الفهم أو فقدان السيطرة. ولكن حينما يكون هنالك تدريب وكافي سوف تقاوم هذا المقاومة. سوف نشاهد هذا الفيديو الآن. لذلك هذا أمر مهم جدا من الرئيس الأمريكي الراحل جون كينيدي في عام 61، وكان هو إطلاق الحلم الأمريكي، وكان مهم جدا في التاريخ وإعلان ذلك وما حققوه في ذلك العام. ولكن ذلك كانت الرؤية الأمريكية في الستينات خلال الحرب الباردة. كان ذلك مهم جدا للحكومة الأمريكية، وكانت لديهم هذه الرؤية. وقبل ذلك تريد أن تضع شخص على القمر، يجب أن تلتزم قبل السبعينات وأن تكون هنالك رؤية بأن نأتي بشخص إلى الفضاء ونعيده إلى الأرض بأمان وسلام. فكانت هذا تحدي مهم جدا، وكانت تأخذ الكثير من الطموحات، وكانت أي أحد أو أي دولة أو أي منظومة تحاول أن تحققه. فيعتبر ذلك مهم جدا، وهذه الرؤية تحتاج الكثير من الأشخاص للعمل عليها. وأحدى الأمور المهمة هو أن تكون قادر على تحقيق أي رؤية، هو أن يكون الجميع متفق ويحاول أن يعمل على ذلك، فقط حتى نفهم عقلية أن تكون هنالك رؤية فعالة. دعونا ننظر بعد سنة ما الذي حصل بعد سنة من ذلك. في عام 62 بعد إطلاق هذه الرؤية، الرئيس جون كينيدي يمشي في إحدى مراكز القيادة التي تقيس الصواريخ والتقنيات، ومع قادة المجال وناسا وغيرها. وحينما كان يمشي في إحدى الغرف يأتي أو يقابل عامل نظافة ويسأله: أنا جون كينيدي، ما الذي تقوم به هنا؟ ما هي وظيفتك؟ وهذا العامل رد عليه وقال له: سيد الرئيس، أنا أساهم في أن تستطيع الولايات المتحدة بوضع رجل على القمر. وهذه الإجابة وهذه ليست الرئيس يقوم بطريقة دعائية أو يحاول أن يقول للشخص يا العام أنت تساعدنا بأن نأتي بشخص إلى القمر، بل هذا كان رده. أنا سيد الرئيس، أنا أساهم في أن تكون الولايات المتحدة قادرة على أن تضع رجل على القمر، فبينما هو عام النظافة ولكن كان يعرف دوره، فيضمن نظافة هذا المختبر، ولكن هو فعليا يسهم في تحقيق رؤية الناسا لوضع رجل على القمر. فهذه هي الاستراتيجية، ويجب أن يدركها الجميع وأن يعرف الجميع مستوى الأثر لتقديم هذا أو لتحقيق هذه الاستراتيجية. يجب أن يكون هنالك فهم جيد وعميق، لذلك أن يكون هنالك التزام من أدنى المستويات إلى أعلاها في أي منظومة، وهنا الدولة كاملة في هذا المثال. أنتم لا تريدون ذلك الموجود على الشاشة الآن. هذه إحدى الأمثلة الحقيقية الموجودة في الشركة، وأعتقد أن ذلك كان في إحدى المنظومات في أفريقيا. كانوا يعملوا على مشروع ووجدوا هذه الصورة. هي ليست أن عملي هو ليس هو إزالة الأشجار، بل أن أرسم خطا. فحينما تسأل أي شخص يقول لك كم مرة مر عليك شخص تمر عليه وتقول له قم بذلك، ويقول هذا ليس عملي، ولكن هذه الصوامع المنغلقة نقول بأننا نحمي أنفسنا، فنحن نقوم ب هذه مشكلة كبيرة جدا، وتعتبر وهي مثل السرطان في المؤسسات والمنظومات والشركات. لا تريد أن يكون هنالك فقط وظائف، بل نريد أن يكون هنالك نتائج محسوبة. هذا مثال لمشروع وكان مع مستشفى التخصصي ومع زميلي وأنا، وكنا نعمل مع مستشفى التخصصي هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية، وحتى يكون لدينا استراتيجية رائعة والتي يتم تنفيذها بكفاءة بفعالية وكفاءة عالية. يجب عليك أن تضمن أن يكون هنالك قبول من القطاع ومن الموظفين. يجب أن يكون هنالك مساهمة فعالة من الجميع في هذه المنظومة. كان لدينا أكثر من 100 فكرة من كل الموظفين في المستشفى يتحدثون جميع الأفكار الممكن التي تظهر في بالك من ترقية وغيره، فيجب عليك أن تجعل الجميع منخرط في هذه الاستراتيجية، حتى أولئك الذين يكونوا في أدنى المستويات ويقوموا فعليا بتحقيق ذلك. أريد أن أسألكم سؤالا هنا إن سمحتم لي، أي من هذه الثنتين سوف تكون أفضل؟ هذا الرجل هنا يأتوا به ويقول له يجب عليك أن تأخذ هذا الفأس ويجب أن تساعدنا لكسر الحجار، ثم سوف نأتي كل يوم وسوف نأخذها منك. الرجل الآخر يقول سوف نعطيك هذا الفأس، نريد منك أن تساعدنا في تكسير هذه الحجارة، وكل يوم سوف نأخذ هذه الحجارة منك. لكن الرجاء ملاحظة أن نقوم كل ذلك في مواقع مختلفة، مئات الأشخاص، لأن نريد أن نأخذ هذه الحجارة ونريد أن نحمي البلاد وحدودها، لأننا نعرف بأن العدو قادم ونريد أن نبني هذا الحصن بشكل سريع جدا. أي منهما تعتقد أنه سوف يعمل بشكل أفضل؟ طبيعة الحال سوف يكون الشخص الثاني. إذن ما يجب علينا أن نفهم هو كيف أن نقول للناس ما هو دورهم، كيف يساهموا في هذا النجاح والأثر الذي سوف يتركه في المنظومة. متى ما كانت فرق العمل والأشخاص يعرفون هذا أو يربط ذلك مع نجاح المنظومة، سوف نضمن بأن مستوى الالتزام والولاء والجهد سوف يكون أعلى بكثير. السيد وينستون تشرشل كان يقول وكل ما كنا نقوم به هو نقوم به بالنتائج، وكيف نقوم بذلك؟ ويجب أن يكون لدينا استراتيجية وتقديم الاستراتيجية، لكن يجب أن ننظر الآن إلى النتائج. في هذا النموذج أو هذا السيناريو في المستشفى أتينا بأفضل الأشخاص كما قالوا، آخر الأبحاث وأفضل الأجهزة الموجودة في القطاع الصحي، وذلك ولقياس المؤشرات الحيوية للمؤشرات الحيوية للمرضى. وكان بإمكانهم أن يعرضوا على الوزير ويقول لدينا هذه أحدث التقنيات، ونحن نقيس ضغط الدم، النبض، وكل شيء بإمكاننا أن نقيسه بكل جزء وكل شيء، ولديك المؤشرات المختلفة. إذا نحن نستطيع أن نقيس كل شيء على أفضل مستوى بإمكاننا نقوم بذلك، وتلك تعتبر أعلى التقنيات ومرتبطة مباشرة بالمريض. وكم ترى معالي الوزير كل شيء بالأحمر، فكل شيء هنا لدينا مات المريض. هذه قياس الأداء، نحن نقيس 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 ولكن نترك المريض ليموت. ونحن نقول كنا نقوم بالقياس بأفضل طرق ممكنة للقياس. إذن هل هو كافي أن نقوم بالقياس؟ إذن ما هو يجب علينا الربط هذه القياسات لإدارة الأداء. إذن ما الذي كان يجب أن يحصل؟ هذا الشخص الآن قد يتوفى، سواء كان شخص أو كانت منظومة، قد يحتاج إلى تدخل، قد يحتاج إلى عملية وأي شيء ذلك. التدخل هذا بحد ذاته هو ما يغير أدائك إلى قياس الأداء. لدينا الآن استطلاع، وإذا بإمكانكم العودة إلى تطبيق سلايدو، وسوف نجعله متاح لكم.
Okay, so now you'll see a new.
الآن سوف تروا سؤالا آخر متعدد الخيارات. ما هي إحدى أفضل الطرق لقياس النجاح الاستراتيجية؟ بإمكانكم الدخول عن طريق الكود أو عن طريق الرقم. قياس النجاح من القادة أو قياس نجاح المؤشرات القياس الأساسية. دعونا نتركه وسوف يكون مفتوح، وبإمكانكم أن تستمروا في الإجابة. وأرى الكثير من الآراء المختلفة، لكن دعونا نرى ما الذي سوف يحصل في النهاية. دعونا نعود مجددا.
So then we have another question. Actually, it's a quiz.
لدينا الآن سؤال قصير: ما هو التوجيه المناسب لعدد المناسب من مؤشرات قياس الأداء التي تحتاجها الاستراتيجية؟ لذلك هذه من الأسئلة التي سوف تكون ذات جوائز، فكل من يجيب بشكل صحيح سوف يكون بإمكانه أن يأخذ خصم 50% الذي نقوم به مع أو برعاية غرفة الرياض. لدينا 7 إلى 8 مقررات كلها معتمدة من جامعة جورج واشنطن في أمريكا، وأيضا من مجموعة الاستراتيجية. وشكرا لديفيد لتوفير لذلك. إذا كان بالإمكان نعود لذلك السؤال بشكل سريع. سوف ترونه الآن على الشاشة. سوف تكون قادر على رؤية السؤال الآن في سلايدو. ما هي ما هو الرقم المقبول من عدد مؤشرات القياس الأساسية الصحيح أن يكون في الاستراتيجية؟ فضلا قوموا بالإجابة وسوف نعود لاحقا لإعطاكم الإجابات. لدينا 34 أو 35 إجابة، أعتقد لدينا رقم كافي، وهذا أعتقد سؤال أصعب قليلا ولن نكشف الإجابات الآن. دعونا نعود، وشارفنا على الانتهاء من هذا العرض.
So we talked a little bit about the
يجب أن نتحدث عن كفاءة وفاعلية الاستراتيجية، بعد نتحدث عن التخطيط الاستراتيجي، ثم تحدثنا عن الموازنة الاستراتيجية. ما الذي نحاول أن نوازنه؟ نحن نحاول أن يكون هنا لدينا نتائج ما نريد أن نحققه مع الممكنات، وهي كيف نحققها. الأمور المالية وغير المالية، الداخلية والخارجية، الملموسة وغير الملموسة، المدى القصير والمدى الطويل، يجب أن يكون لديك كل ذلك في الاستراتيجية. وسوف أقول لكم لماذا. لن أقول لكم كم منكم يعتبر كبير كفاية ليتذكر ثورة الدوت-كوم وفقاعة الدوت-كوم. كم منكم سمع بذلك؟ بإمكانكم رفع أيديكم إذا كان سمعتم عنه من قبل. الكثير منكم. الفقاعة، وفي التسعينات كان الإنترنت يعتبر ثورة. فجأة أصبح كان بإمكاننا أن نبيع منتجاتنا عبر الإنترنت، المنتجات الرقمية لملايين الأشخاص المرتبطين بهذه الشبكة، شبكة الإنترنت. ذلك يعتبر ثوري، وذلك سوف يغير كل شيء. سوف يكون لدينا أرباح، وسوف ترتفع أرباحنا. وكان هذا هو الحلم، أو هذا هو الانطباع الدارج ذلك الوقت. فهنالك كانت الكثير من الشركات الاستثمارية تشتري الشركات وتستثمر بشكل كبير. وإحدى الحالات التي سببت التفكير في طريقة موازنة الاستراتيجيات وغيرها، وهي كانت حالة حينما كان هنالك شركة ممتازة جدا، والتي كانت سنة بعد أخرى كانت تزيد أسهمها والأرباح وغيرها، وكان كل ذلك يرتفع، وكلها من منظور آخر موجود هناك. وأفلسوا بعد 3 سنوات مباشرة، وذلك حصل لكثير من الشركات، لأن هنالك حينما يكون هنالك خوف من ذلك. وفي سوق أسهم نيويورك، فإذا ما الذي حصل؟ لقد أفلست بعد 3 سنوات بعد شراء تلك الشركة، ولكن ما الذي كان يحصل في الحقيقة؟ كان هنالك الكثير من المنافسة، وكان يتم التوظيف من خارج المنظومة، وكان هنالك احتراق وظيفي وتنقل بين المنظومات. فالأشخاص الجيدين وأصحاب الخبرات يغادرون لمنشآت أخرى. كمسبب لذلك أصبح تقديم المنتجات بدأ يتهاوى، وذلك تسبب بأن يكون هنالك للعملاء لأن يكونوا غير سعداء وغير راضيين. على المدى الأبعد أصبحت الهوامش منخفضة جدا، ولكن لن تكون قادرة على رؤية ذلك الأثر، وحتى يكون ذلك متأخر وتأتي في النهاية. وحينما نتحدث عن الممكنات وغيره والتدريب والعمل في البيئات والجودة والإنتاج، كل هذه الأمور تعتبر ممكنات وغير ملموسة، وهذه كانت هي الأسباب لهذه المنظومات أن تتهاوى. ولن تكون قادرا على رؤية ذلك إذا كنت تقوم بالقياس فقط، خصوصا الأمور المالية وغيرها، وذلك يعتبر مهم جدا في فهم ولفهم عمل المنظومات، وأخذ ذلك بشكل شخصي من هذا الرجل. على مستوى شخصي قد تقول ليس لدي أي فهم. أنا لدي 12 شركة وبفروع موجودة في كل العالم، لكن كانت صحته تتهاوى، وكان بسبب الضغط النفسي يدخن 4 عبوات من التدخين، وكان لديه الكثير من المشاكل الصحية، وكان دائما يسافر كثيرا ولم يكن هنالك أي وقت لعائلته. وإذا كنا نقوم بتقييم ذلك بشكل مالي، نحن نقول حالا في هذه اللحظة هو ناجح، في هذه اللحظة تماما ماليا هو ناجح، لكن على الجانب غير المالي وأي ممكنات خصوصا في الصحة كان لديه الكثير من المشاكل. الأثر لذلك يظهر فقط بعد عدد من الأيام، وبعض الأحيان بعد أشهر أو سنوات. فإذا فشلت في أن تعمل على الممكنات والمنظمات وصحة منظومتك، سوف يؤثر ذلك على المنظومة. هذه العلاقة، وسوف نسمع لكل ذلك مع ديفيد بعد قليل. رالف كان يؤمن كان يقول بأن السبب والتسبيب هو الأهم، وذلك مهم جدا في الاستراتيجية، وإن لم تقم بذلك سوف تقوم بفقدان فهم التبعات إن لم يكن لديك تسبيب في الاستراتيجية. العلاقات السبب والمسبب، ما الذي يحصل إذا فشلت لتحقيق إحدى التحسينات حول الآخرة. إذا منظورك فيمات والعلاقة بينهم. إذا حاولنا أن نلخص كل ذلك لتحقيق النتائج، يجب أن يكون لديك فعالية الاستراتيجية والتخطيط، التوجه الاستراتيجي. يجب أن يكون هنالك موائمة لمجموعة أو حقيبة والاستراتيجيات وإدارة المشاريع والتقنيات والأنظمة والأشخاص والقدرات والممكنات، وكل ذلك بإمكانك أن تحققه في وقت قصير. ولقد ترجمنا ذلك، وسوف يكون هنالك توجه استراتيجي مستوى أول، وبناء على ذلك
based on that, your operations, your human capital, and then technology, a strategy system that takes care of 2 things, not 1. CPM, corporate performance management, and PPM, management in relation to strategy in under one umbrella. And we're going to see in our final session with Charlie and Cascade how that. Of course, governance on a strategy management and project portfolio management, and KPIs for projects, for strategy, operations, and personnel. Okay? What we do in Progress Consulting is try to attend, and you should attend to all dimensions and aspects that touch base on strategy. People, platform, process. Whether you're talking about strategy formulation, SMOs, building practices in place, doing assessments, or adoption of future foresight and innovation. Capability building, capacity building of your employees. You don't want that person who says, "Al-insan adu ma yajhalu." No, we want him to be on board. We want him to be on the same boat, not resisting. And of course, utilization of data-driven strategy execution and management platforms. You need all of that, and you need to cover all of these to make sure if you have a gap in any of these, it's the weakest link in strategy, planning and execution. Okay? The answer, and whoever had that answer right, it's the Postal Service. In the UK, in Holland, in most of Europe, in New Zealand, they have discontinued postal service, or they have sold it to the private sector. Here in Saudi Arabia, what did they do? They transformed. Transformation. So they've changed into something that can deliver value. So a transformation is needed, because even with government agencies, you can be under the microscope in terms of, am I still delivering value, or should I need to understand what does the new age need? What does the 10, 20 years that are coming need from my organization, whether private or public sector? So that was the answer to the first quiz. The answer, let me make sure I've closed the poll. Oh, it's okay. question was about how do I measure success of a strategy? One of the things we have found in a lot of organizations was doing this. We have an objective. We deliver objectives by delivering initiatives. We capture the success of the initiative and we say, okay, we've succeeded. That is incorrect. Why? Project success does not equal strategy success. Project success can happen regardless of whether the needle moves on your KPI or not. You can have an issue with your assumptions. You can have an issue with your basis that this project will deliver on the needle of the KPI. So the project is good. The project has succeeded, but the KPI did not move. What you need to do, you deliver the initiative, you have project measures for your initiative, but you still need to measure your KPIs, your strategic KPIs. The KPI is there to tell you whether you're succeeded or not. So the answer to that was KPIs. At the end, one of the personal quotes, the quote that I really, really love is one by Thomas Edison. There's a better way to do it. There's a better way to do it, find it for each and everything. Why do we go and deliver strategies? Because we want to do better in our organizations. We want to deliver impact better. We want to deliver value in a better way. We want to produce our products in a better way. We want to achieve better bottom lines. We want to do better. So right now, if we want to understand strategy better, have better effective strategies, have better efficient execution, try to make the most of the session. I'm going to leave the stage now to my colleagues. Before I go, we have these two QRs. One is for Progress Consulting on LinkedIn, and the other QR is for the Strategy and Balance Scorecard group of on LinkedIn for Middle East. These are both on LinkedIn. If you want to join us and stay connected, please follow us on either this page or that page or both. Also, for anyone who is interested in next steps, what can we do? And of course, in collaboration with the Riyadh Chamber of Commerce, we are doing a year-long series of certifications, BSI and GW, George Washington University Certified, accredited, in collaboration with the Riyadh Chamber of Commerce. There will be different courses in English and in Arabic for private and public sector, for MPOs as well. So if you want to join us on these, and we have one in the end of January for KPIs and one in early February for the Balance Scorecard Professional Certification, please stay in contact. If you need to attend a demo for Cascade or need to understand more about Future Foresight, please send us a message. And of course, we have also two communities that are being opened, one for Future Foresight and another community for best practices globally on WhatsApp that we will also give to you to join us. So this is the minute to pass on the mic to David. So David, thank you for being patient. I know I took a bit more than I should have. So let's go on, please. Thank you. Okay, let me help you here. This is the clicker. No, this is my power. I don't know if it's going to work with you. That's not going to work. No. Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. I'm gonna present in English today. I hope that's okay. Maybe next year I'll do Arabic. I'm kidding. I'm reminded all the time. My wife is a linguist. She speaks about 7 languages, and so I'm constantly reminded that us Americans have very poor language skills, and so I greatly appreciate all of you that can understand me in English. make my life a little easier. I'm going to build on what Mohammed just presented and talk about the capability building element of strategy execution, because I really think it is the critical element, right? It's almost never enough to design a good strategy. Building out the capability of your organization to be able to execute is key. Again, building from the certification programs that we teach. Again, I'm David Wilsey. I'm with the Balanced Scorecard Institute. If you haven't heard of that, we offer training and certification related to Balanced Scorecard and KPI development. We've been helping organizations worldwide with these kinds of content for since the mid-90s, and I personally have been helping organizations for over 20 years now. And one thing I'll point out, I have a little bit of an odd background. I started out in music education. I was going to be a music teacher. I learned everything I needed to know about to be a music teacher, and then I determined later on that I actually did not want to be a music teacher after all. But I'll tell you, learning to be a teacher was super critical for strategy. I think to be in strategy, it's not good enough to just be able to develop a good strategy, right? In strategy, you have to be able to teach your organization how to implement strategy, because you're not going to be, as a leader, you can't do it yourself. I've had a ton of CEOs call us and say, I read your book, or I read Kaplan and Norton books, and we want to build a balanced scorecard. And I worked on it for years, on nights and weekends by myself, tried to get the organization to implement it, and for some reason, nobody wants to do this. What am I doing wrong? What you're doing wrong is you think that you can do this by yourself. You have to build the capability. You have to teach people how to do it. As Mohammed said, they have to engage in the process and do it themselves. That's the way this works. So I fall back on my teaching background every day in my strategy career. I'm going to start with the same kinds of statistic that Mohammed started with his. We did not coordinate, obviously. There are dozens of consultants out there who have, and Charlie, I need to coordinate with Charlie as well. We'll use the Cascade numbers next year. Everybody wants to try to pinpoint exactly what the percentage should be of the strategies that fail, and unfortunately, this is an imprecise science, right? They're not perfect measurements. They're usually survey-based, and it's subjective as to whether it failed or not. But the point is, whether it's Harvard Business Review or Kaplan and Norton or Cascade, the point is it's a high number. Somewhere between 60 and 95%, depending on which source you're looking at, indicate that you can come up with a great strategy, but it fails at the execution step. So what are the steps that you need to do? What do you need to teach to your employees in order to be successful and overcome this challenge? Okay, and I can often capture this with an example from one of my training participants. I often fall back on my training stories. We have two programs. One is a week-long program. We have a lot of people who want to build a balanced scorecard themselves. They take the program, and then they go out and they try to implement it themselves. In about a year, maybe 2 years, they come back for the master level certification. And so I often teach that master level. And one of the people I recognized from a year and a half earlier, and I said, how's it going? How is the implementation going? And they said, fantastic. We are almost done creating our strategy map. We almost have consensus on our strategy map. And I thought, that was 18 months ago. You're still developing your strategy map? You haven't done anything yet? And so then, what happened? And so this person started rattling off the problems. Well, the first version of this wasn't very good. There was a VP down the hall who hated balanced scorecard, and they started throwing rocks at it. Everybody hated the measures. We were measuring all milestones. And then COVID happened, and we got disrupted, and then there was a financial budget crisis. So strategy execution often is about being persistent, making it happen, being disciplined, sometimes, and not letting perfection be the enemy of good. You know that expression? Yeah, sometimes you can wait until it's perfect, and it never gets there. Sometimes you have to live with the fact that our first version of this isn't very good. Our measures are not perfect. And so we're going to get better at it by maintaining the discipline and working on this day in and day out. I also didn't coordinate with Mohammed about Kodak, but there are all these classic examples that you see in the West for sure. If you study strategy, you hear all these stories. They have you'll see a theme going across the screen, right? Whether it's Blockbuster, they're a video. They sold videos or rented videos back in the day, and obviously the myth is that they didn't see it coming. The idea of streaming videos, and Blockbuster or Netflix stole their business without them knowing what to do. But in reality, they actually did recognize that the digital revolution was happening. They had a strategy. They knew that it was coming. They just couldn't act. They didn't act. They didn't have the discipline to make it happen. They failed to execute. They favored short-term financial gains over the long-term strategy. Same with Kodak. They actually, if you dig into that case, they had a strategy for transforming to the digital world, but they didn't execute on it because they were making money in the short run on the film business. Nokia, BlackBerry, they both understood that very soon we're all going to be using iPhones and Samsungs, and the smartphone revolution was coming. They knew it was coming. They saw it. They even had a written plan, but their existing business model overrode those concerns. And then finally, the Sears example. There's a written strategy that they created long time ago that, if you actually study it, it looks very much like Amazon.com. They foresaw that was going to be a business model, and they had some of the mechanics to be able to implement something like that. But their culture was so old-fashioned, and they had silos, and they didn't have the technology to make it happen, and all kinds of, for many, many reasons, they were unable to implement that. Okay, so the theme here is that it's not just about having a smart person create a strategy, right? To be successful, you have to be able to execute. You have to be able to set aside the current strategy and prioritize the new strategy going forward. Okay, and obviously in your world, if you've got national ambitions and you're trying to create alignment, a lot of the organizations we're talking to here are trying to create alignment between what you're working on and what the country is trying to do. It's not enough to simply have the strategy. You have to have the execution plan as well. You have to have the right culture. You have to have a culture of measurement. You have to have alignment. You have to have given people the chance to work through this themselves so that they can see how what they're working on aligns with the organization. Okay, it's not enough to simply tell them. As a leader, you can't just tell them this is how it aligns. They have to work through it themselves. Okay, so you're not going to fail due to the ideas. You're going to fail due to the strategy, the execution side. Okay, how many people have stepped into some of these traps, where you create a strategy, you create a plan, maybe you invest $500,000 communicating the plan with glossy brochures and websites, and then about 6 months later you say, wait a minute, didn't we have a financial target or some goals that we set a long time ago, and everybody just sort of forgot about it? That happens more often than you might realize, this set it and forget it mentality, that we think that strategic planning is something that's going to happen, once every 5 years. We're going to create a plan, we're going to communicate that, and then we're going to move on. The modern approach to this is an agility approach, where we're thinking about this as a process, where we experiment. We have a hypothesis, we execute, we measure, and then we adapt. And then we do that every month in, month out, quarter in, quarter out. It becomes a process, and it's okay if we miss our targets. That we try something. If it fails, we move on to the next idea. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, so it becomes less about monitoring tasks and command and control and telling people what to do, and more about communicating what we're trying to accomplish and enabling people to make it happen. Okay, so it's a shift. It's a cultural shift. And this one right here is really hard for some organizations. We're shifting from top down, telling people what to do, and shifting to more of a, let's make sure everybody understands what the desired outcome is, and I'm going to give people some autonomy around what we need to do to make that happen, especially if we're talking about different organizations or different units within an organization. We want to acquire more companies as a strategy, and I want my HR department to create the capabilities. I want them to align the organizations that we're acquiring, but I want the HR department, to be able to make independent decisions without me having to dictate every single decision to them. So I have to define what the outcome is, and I have to help them create alignment. Okay, so it's a culture shift. We're shifting, I already talked about this, we're shifting from long-term planning to this idea of iterative experimentation. Okay, I have a hypothesis. So this is shifting from a long feedback cycle, 5-year strategic plan, 3-year strategic plan, to a more regular, safe to fail experiments. Okay, we have maybe once a quarter, we get together, we talk about whether we're achieving what we want to achieve or not, and we adapt. Okay, it doesn't mean that we redesign our strategy every quarter. It means that we are learning from the data that we're collecting. Okay, it's a faster performance cadence is the word they use in the agile world. Okay, it's a schedule of meetings that we have to make sure that we maintain the discipline we need to be effective. Tell me and I'll forget, show me and I may remember, involve me and I'll understand. This is a quote that we referenced many times in our classes. I told you earlier that it's really important that not just that the leader tell your employees what we're going to accomplish. The employees themselves have to wrestle with it and figure out for themselves what we're trying to accomplish. They need a voice in the process. And so, the strategies that you're creating, how you go about it can really make a difference. And I've just added this bullet a few months ago. Strategies that are created using AI, and I'm starting to see this now all the time. People will come to me with a strategy that they created, strategy map, they use ChatGPT, and I'll start quizzing them about it, and they don't even know what's in the strategy half the time because they just copied and pasted it. I can't imagine why you would want to use AI to actually create your strategy for your organization, but if you do it that way, no one will own this strategy. Okay, the machine created that. I'm not going to take ownership. I'm not going to engage my team in trying to make this happen. The example I gave earlier about the CEO that calls me and says, I spent nights and weekends creating this by myself, and the team isn't buying it. That's the idea of using an exclusive team. It's just not very effective. You can get the smartest people in the room to create a balanced scorecard, and in an academic sense, it will be a really strong scorecard. But getting the organization to execute and make it happen is much more challenging. And then I hate to say it, you could hire me or Mohammed to come in and create your scorecard for you. We would get it done. It'd be just like the last one. It would probably be a good scorecard, but when we leave, the scorecard leaves too, right? We don't really know the ins and outs of your business. A consultant doesn't. A consultant should not ever create your strategy for you. They can make suggestions. They can facilitate. They can teach. There's a role for a consultant in this process, but it is not to create the strategy for you. So our approach is to try to get as many people involved as practically possible. Usually that means you have a series of cross-functional workshops. You have some leaders on the teams. You have some lower-level leaders on or lower-level employees on the teams. You get voices from the customer. You get voices from the IT department, or whoever needs to have a voice in the process gets involved. And all of them have to have at least a little bit of training so that they know what they're discussing and what they're aiming for. But that tends to be the most effective way to do this. Now, we worked with UNICEF. That UNICEF was all over the world. It wasn't practical for them to have everybody worldwide in this process. So we try to find we finesse that by having sessions where people were in New York, they would meet and discuss the strategy. So you find ways to get input and feedback if you need. All right, so everything I'm describing is a very disciplined process. This is the 9-step methodology that we teach and that we organize all of our other frameworks around. Now, I'm not going to, this isn't a certification class, so I'm not going to go into the gory details of what happens here. But what we're aiming for is, again, discipline. I want employees to use the terms the same way. I shouldn't walk down the hallway and have one person talking about my goals and another person talking about my targets and another person talking about my objectives, and then realize that they're all talking about the same thing and they're using different terms. I know that can create massive communication breakdowns if we're not using the terms the same way. Okay, so we're aiming for consistency, we're aiming for alignment, clear objectives. We're communicating what we're trying to accomplish clearly so that people understand how to align and what we're aiming for. And then we're aiming for a coherent set of measures, focused set of measures that really indicate whether we're successful or not. So the first 6 steps, again, I'm not going to go into gory detail, 6 steps are designed for the organization to create their organization level scorecard and strategy. Then we roll that out, and the last 3 steps are where we execute. We spend time on analysis, we create alignment by cascading throughout the organization, and then we do an evaluation. Okay, 9 steps. When you do the measurement component, we have a whole framework that splits out step 5, and then the execution focuses on the last few steps. So in a principle standpoint, what are we aiming for? We're making sure that all of the organizations that we work with are diagnosing their problems. We want to make sure they're assessing the maturity of the organization. They're making sure that they're assessing the strategic environment. And it's not just, again, it's not smart people going off and doing an assessment, an analysis. It's a consensus around a table, people talking with each other. We want to agree on where we currently stand. Then we move into prioritization. Prioritization is a key to this process, and we think about prioritization at every step. Strategy, the goals, you don't want to have 19 goals. You don't want to have 50 strategic objectives. You don't want to have too many performance measures. You don't want to have too many initiatives. It can very quickly get out of hand. So every step, we try to focus our efforts on a minimal number of elements. Then we make sure that we design, we communicate strategy well, we plan, we communicate, make sure that we help organizations with the communication process to make sure that employees throughout the organization understand what you're trying to accomplish and help them figure out where they fit, where they align, how the people align, the processes align, incentives and systems and so forth. And then finally, we're trying to create a culture of measurement, a culture that embraces measurement. A lot of people, when we start, hate the measurements, right? Everybody pushes back on that. They feel like they're going to be judged. Okay, so we're trying to encourage the organization to move away from the culture of judgment. It's not that we're going to fire everybody if we don't hit our targets. As a matter of fact, that the organizations that are most successful are the ones where bad news travels fast. Bad news, you want to know about it as soon as possible so that we can make adjustments. so we can move resources around. So, but if everybody's afraid they're going to get punished, then they will not share it. They will hide it. They will sandbag the numbers, if you know that expression. They'll set the targets so low that it looks like we're performing well. They'll play games. Anything they can do to look successful, they will do. And the organization fails when that happens. You want them to share the bad news when you're not hitting your targets. And then finally, this is all about adapting, learning, and quickly being able to improve the organization. All right, so I went through these really quick. Think about your organization. Let's do this question now. Well, if I can figure out, Mohammed, of course, stepped out. Let me see if I can figure out this this poll. Using the same system, the same link as we used earlier, which part, I'm going to start, and I hope this means you can see it on your phone. Which part of the structured journey do you believe your organization needs the most improvement? Let's see what the results look like in the room. Interestingly enough, many of you are struggling with a diagnosis. Diagnose was the first, jumped out to an early lead, but now it looks like alignment. Alignment is the issue. I'm going to let it go for a few more minutes. So if you're wrestling with your answer, go ahead and make a guess, and I'll give you maybe another 5 seconds before I move back. All right, it's a battle between diagnose and align. All right, so it looks like somewhere around 33% of you are wrestling with making sure we understand where do we stand as an organization. It looks like that's going to be the winner. Where do we stand? Do we fully understand our strategic environment, and do we understand our place within that environment? And alignment is the other challenge, right? Maybe we have a high-level strategy. We understand how we align with the country's vision, but how do I make sure that all of my teams are doing the right things? How do I make sure that their objectives are aligned with the organization's objectives? That can be a real challenge, because we're all trying to do a lot of things, right? We're all busy. We all have too many projects. This is inevitable. So how do I make sure that I pick the right set of projects that are going to be that will be help the organization be successful on the strategy level? All right. So the next few slides are about making it happen, the process, a little bit more about the process. And so many of you are wrestling with the assessment step, and so we begin with that with every organization we work with. We interview so you want to talk to your team, make sure that we have some agreement as to where do we stand, what are we good at, what are we not good at, what is our environment, what's changing in the world that is affecting us, so that we have an informed conversation about our strategic plan in the middle there. So the middle is where that phase is where we build out a balanced scorecard, we build out a strategic plan, we refine it, we start the process of cascading to create, in the green, the alignment between our departments. We develop KPIs, that first pass of KPIs, and then from there we move into the execution phase. The execution phase is where we make sure that it's happening over time. We're having regular meetings, we're reporting on performance, we're adapting, we're implementing our initiatives, and so forth. So I'll talk more about each of these phases going forward. So in the assessment step, we typically start with two primary components. And one is where you have, at the bottom there, we have a survey that we use. And the reason why, what we're aiming for there is getting employee input. Okay, so I can go in at the top, I can go in and talk to the leadership team. the leadership team will tell me how they're going from his or her point of view. But it's not until I get the point of view of some of the employees that we actually learn sometimes how things are going. We have this story I always tell about one organization we were working with. We were doing a strategy session, and of course, like I said, we include a lot of people in the process. And Mary, we were introducing ourselves at the beginning of the session. We get to Mary, and Mary was somebody from the shop floor. She was not one of the leaders, but she was invited because she was very knowledgeable. And when we got to Mary, she said, "I don't know why I'm here. I've never been invited to a strategy session before, and I don't know what this is about." And so we said, "Okay, well, that's good. Thank you, Mary." We moved on to the next person. So about 10 minutes later, one of the VPs was doing a presentation about how the process works. And this was a company that produced body tissue for hospitals. In other words, they process the tissue that people donate. And this vice president was going through the process, the quality control and everything. And Mary's hand went up, and she said, "That's not how the process works at all. In actuality," because she worked out there, "in actuality, it goes from here to here." And she held court for about 15 minutes, telling the organization how the process actually worked in real life, not in the head of the vice president. And her input was drastically valuable in terms of improving the process, because we now understood how things actually worked. And the light went on for Mary. She was engaged. She was, she was confused at the beginning, but by the end, she was, in the middle of helping design the strategy. Okay, and so I guarantee you, the next day when she went back to her job, she was engaged in making it happen on the strategy execution side. So that's what you're aiming for: engagement and helping people buy into the process. She pulled us aside, by the way, and she said, "I've worked here 20 years and nobody has ever asked me about this. And you're a consultant. You're the first person who's ever asked me, to contribute to something like this." So, anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked. What we're aiming for then is employee input in the bottom, and then we evaluate. But if you have an internal team that is trained in this, they can do a self-evaluation as well of the strengths and the gaps for the organization. Sometimes this is a matter of getting the team together and saying, what are we good at? What are we not so good at? Are there KPIs that are terrible? Are we bad at project management? Do we have a mission statement and a vision statement? Are they terrible? Are they good? And then we put that together and we say, what is the roadmap for moving forward? Okay, obviously we're doing this at the beginning of a strategy session. So the next step is usually to design a balanced scorecard, design a strategy. But you could identify all kinds of areas for improvement. Maybe it has nothing to do with strategy. Maybe you're, maybe this is about AI or supply chain management or some other issue that you're wrestling with. Those are the things that are going to come out of this process. Okay, so that's the assessment. Then we move into the process where, the actual planning. And doing the planning well means translating high-level strategy into something that people will be able to do something with. The number of strategies that we see where an organization will say, here's our mission statement, here's our vision statement, here's our goals. Maybe I have 3 or 4 goals, or 5 or 6 or 7 goals maybe even. And then they have a list of initiatives, essentially, actions, and there's no connecting tissue whatsoever. We see that all the time, and it's very ineffective. The missing link is the strategic objectives. The strategic objectives that take that high-level strategy and break it down into a little bit more detail. Okay, it's not granular level, but it's higher level outcomes that are still break down the vision. Okay, so now I know this is a busy chart, but what I want to point out is this is what we're aiming for when we talk about creating a balanced scorecard. It is a 1-page strategic plan. Usually, when an organization creates a strategic plan, we're talking about 30 pages. with long narrative descriptions of what we're trying to accomplish. In the world of balanced scorecard, we're talking about a picture like this that captures the strategy on one page that communicates to employees what we're trying to accomplish. You've got basically up at the top, the high-level strategy, mission, vision. You know, we tend to call them themes, but you know, a lot of organizations call these goals. That communicates the high-level context of what we're trying to accomplish. Then the left side of the screen has what we call a strategy map. These are the objectives for the organization. So we've taken the high-level strategy and we've broken it down into objectives. You'll notice that there are arrows on these on this map. What they communicate is the cause and effect story. Okay, it's super crazy. And again, we don't do this as the consultants. We want the employees in the room to think through the cause and effect story. You'll also notice that there's rows. Mohammed, I think, mentioned the perspectives of a balanced scorecard. This is sort of the signature concept of balanced scorecard, going all the way back to the early 90s with Kaplan and Norton, is the idea that we were going to have 4 different perspectives that we're going to look at our performance. We're not going to simply use financial measures to determine whether we're successful or not. We're going to look at the organization from a customer point of view, a process point of view, and a capacity point of view, so that we have a more balanced view of our performance. Okay, so if those sections are about communicating what your strategy is about, the bottom row shows what our values are. Ethics. Again, this is also about communication, but making sure that our employees understand the values that we have as an organization. The middle section of the scorecard shows the measures. Now, in the early days, balanced scorecard was thought of as a performance measurement system. We're going to have a more balanced set of performance measures. But very quickly, Kaplan and Norton realized that in actuality, this is very effective as a strategy execution system. If I can articulate what I'm trying to accomplish and design measures around those objectives, it will help me make the strategy happen, make it successful. And then finally, to the right, we've got our initiatives. The initiatives are the projects, programs, actions we're taking in order to move the needle on our objectives. The point of a system like this is to communicate to your employees why we're doing things. So if I'm, and I don't know if you can read this from here, but if I'm sitting in okay, so let me tell you the story. This is an energy company we worked with. They were very successful as an energy producer for years and years, decades. When we worked with them, they were launching this energy leadership strategy. They said, we're not going to just produce energy anymore. We'll continue to do that. We'll be successful. But we want to also launch a consulting service. We want to be thought of as thought leaders. If you're watching TV on the news and the business channel and they're talking about energy futures, we want to make sure that our expert is sitting there so that people realize that we're experts, so that companies can then hire us to come in and help them lower their energy bills and all the various other ways that they help companies. So they were launching this new strategy. And this picture, let me go back, get the red off. So this picture helped them make it happen. They have a theme called energy leadership. They have a series of objectives. They needed to improve thought leadership. They had consulting knowledge and skills. They had products and services they were building. They had awareness that they were trying to create. All of that to increase revenue within that target market. And they had measures for all of those related to that strategy rollout. And what I started to say a minute ago is if you were sitting in this thought leadership committee team initiative, you would understand why I'm sitting in this meeting. If I'm taking a training class on a CRM, customer relationship management system, taking a training class on that, and I'm learning about consulting customers and how to help consulting customers, and I see what I'm measuring to know whether I'm successful or not, it helps me understand the strategy, understand why I'm doing this. So that's the goal of a framework like this. Communicate, help people understand where we stand, what we're doing. This is the same organization I was talking about with the acquisition strategy right here. They were acquiring companies, and when we first started talking to them, we would cascade into the various departments, and I'd go in the HR department, and I'd say, do you support the acquisition strategy? What do you think they said at first? No. Acquisitions, the corporate office does that, and we don't do that in HR. But what happens after you acquire a company? You have to integrate, right? You have to get everybody in the same HR system. You have to get everybody on the same IT system. You have to get everybody in the same finance systems. There's months of integration that has to happen. And so in those departments, they created an objective around acquisition integration. And suddenly, the entire organization is helping make strategy execution happen because they've got objectives, measures, and initiatives tied to that strategy. And before they started, they thought that was the corporate office job, not something they should be worried about. So that's what you're aiming for. Simple system, objectives, measures, initiatives that connect the dots. The other thing you're trying to communicate to your employees is this idea of leading versus lagging. Okay, and we throw that term around. I think most of you probably know what I mean by this, but what I mean is a leading indicator is something that's a predictor of future success, and a lagging indicator is measuring success in terms of our outcomes, the results we're trying to achieve. I think that intuitively most leaders get this, but I'm not sure that employees always do. And so I think that the more explicit you can be about communicating this, the better. The example I always like to talk about is this idea that I've got smoking cessation programs that we hold as an organization. I might intuitively understand that I'm trying to drive down the percentage of population that smokes. That's the direct lagging indicator for my organization. The broader lagging indicator is that I'm trying to drive down cancer rates, okay? This is sort of an obvious example. Within your organization, though, there's probably measurements that you have that are related to each other, and it would be better if you could communicate those relationships for them more explicitly and help employees with that connection. You might even spell it out like this on a dashboard. Can I connect the dots? I've got a strategy around operational excellence. I've got some desired results that I'm trying to achieve. Ultimately, I'm trying to improve customer satisfaction. And so I've got some measures around the customer perspective. I've got product delivery measurements that we're tracking. I can move farther back into the organization and see how we're interacting with people. Have some measurements there. I've got some production measurements around quality, efficiency, timeliness, and so forth. And then finally, I have resourcing. Do we even have enough people working on this particular issue? Do we have infrastructure that we need? The point of this is to visualize that connection. Again, I'm trying to help employees embrace this themselves. And the more explicit I can be in terms of communication, the better. All right, so that's what we do in terms of trying to build this plan and strategy. The next step is to try to see what we're doing in terms of the long run. And this is where we're trying to bridge the planning side of the world with the execution side of the world. And there are some imperatives that we teach in all of our programs around leadership and governance. There's certain approaches that can make this more successful than others. Alignment, operationalizing strategy. This is where we translate objectives into the various organizational units and making sure that we're operationalizing it. The day in and day out work that people are doing are related to the outcomes. We're trying to build the right culture. We're reporting, analyzing, and informing. And then finally, we're managing projects better. Okay, this is a more formal approach to managing not only the projects, but the portfolio of projects that we're implementing. Execution requires accountability. You can't say everybody owns this objective. If there's not one clear owner, then nobody's going to take responsibility for it. We always assign one person. Now, again, this doesn't mean that we're going to fire the person if we don't hit our targets. It means that if something goes wrong, I know who to ask. I know who's got the data. I know who knows. When you look at a performance measurement, there are always complications. It's the economy. It's COVID. It's whatever. I mean, Donald Trump. There's all kinds of reasons why our performance measurements are not performing the way we think that they should be performing. There's always a complicating factor, and so the owner is the person that I can go to and say, why? Why did we get the answer that we're getting? Okay, and then that ownership gets transferred into this RACI model where I want to make sure that if I'm implementing major initiatives, I know who's responsible, accountable, consulted, and so forth. And then another concept that people are talking about a lot these days is psychological safety. This is this concept that I understand that, again, as I said earlier, bad news travels fast. We're underperforming. Do I go in and, do people feel like they're going to get punished if they share it with you? Or are they going to feel like we're underperforming, they share it with you, that means the team is now going to address the problem. We're going to give you some more resources. We're going to try to solve the problem. That should be the focus. Psychological safety, for people feel like they can share. All right, so then we move into this day in and day out process. I'm a creature of habit. I am one that when I get up in the morning, I follow the same routine. When I go to bed at night, I follow the same routine. That's just my nature. I think an organization that's successful at this thinks that way about strategy. Every month we have a meeting, and even if we didn't get anything done, we're still going to have a meeting. We're going to talk about our strategy and talk about why we didn't get anything done. So you have weekly check-ins. You have a monthly operational. Obviously you don't talk about everything in every meeting, but you have more tactical meetings, slightly less slightly more strategic meetings. Strategy deep dives that are happening at a quarter basis, and then obviously a refresh of your strategy more long term. How many people do something like this in your organization? Anybody? Yeah. Okay, so I'm not surprising anybody with this. It's also useful to create a visual that dictates a timeline. Okay, how do these things connect with each other? This is based on a city we worked with, Newark, New Jersey. They were trying to ultimately improve their livability satisfaction and per capita income. Those were just a couple of their KPIs. They had all of them laid out like this over time. They had some major initiatives, and you can see as they're implementing the green space program and the marketing, that should be driving the visibility satisfaction, right? That's the assumption. That's our hypothesis. And so what happens is if you get to the end of that program and you don't see the number changing on your metric, then you know that you probably need to try something different. The point is this a visual like this helps you keep on track, helps communicate where we are and when we will get things done. Okay, we're also connecting the dots top down. Okay, what is our mission and vision for success? I translate that into a plan. Then I translate that into program services, units at the organizational level to develop objectives and so forth. And then hopefully we get our teams involved, we get our HR folks involved, and we help teams and individuals align and prioritize and get things done. So the whole point of this is trying to ask these questions and connect these dots. What are we trying to accomplish? How will we know success when we see it? How will we monitor and report success, and so forth? Now, measurement is a whole nother world, right? There's a lot of challenges in the measurement side. And so what I always try to point out are some of these basic principles around the measurement side. When we're talking strategy, we have a tendency to speak in abstract phrases. We're going to develop best practices. We're going to, there's a million of them. We're going to improve the customer experience. That sounds really nice, but until I translate that into concrete terms, it tends to be fluff. It's very difficult to measure until you translate it into concrete terms. What I mean by that is, I actually saw this. A customer had improved the customer experience as an objective, and there was 100% consensus on the team about it. That's what we want. When we got to the measurement step, it turns out that half the team thought that the customer experience meant fast and efficient service, and the other half of the team thought it meant a very luxurious service where we a premium kind of product and service. And they had not talked that through in concrete terms, and the entire system broke down at that point. They thought they had consensus, but because they were speaking in abstract terms, they didn't. They actually did not have consensus. So we teach all your teams what the difference is between abstract language and concrete language. It's actually a skill, and after a while, the teams will say, "What does that look like? You have an objective. What does that look like?" You'll see them, and they'll start rewriting everything to where it's in concrete terms. I told you early on, a lot of the strategies we see are goals plus a long list of tasks. So, one of the questions I always ask is, are we actually focusing on projects, initiatives, instead of results, measurable results, something that I can trend over time? Okay, so that's what we mean by measures, not actions. Did you prioritize? Remember I said we prioritize every step. And measurement, you do not want to have 50 or 60 measures at the organization level. Okay, you want to have a focused number so that you know what's really important. Sometimes people will hear me say that, and so then they'll take all their measures and they'll write it into one phrase. We want to improve the customer experience by making our service faster, and they've got like 9 phrases and 9 measures all embedded in one thing. That's cheating. Okay, we actually want to focus on a few number of things. We want to make sure that this is objective, if possible. Subjectivity is fine, and sometimes you have an evaluation kind of a thing. But when we're talking about a measurement, it's best if I get the same measurement as Mohammed, if Mohammed does the measurement. Okay, it's not based on our opinion. There are measurements where I rate somebody a 5, and maybe Mohammed likes them, he ranks them a 7 or a 10. That's a subjective measurement. We're trying to avoid that. Okay. All right, so I have gone through a lot of slides. To wind down, this is about building capabilities. It's about clarifying vision, clarifying strategy, about aligning teams, measurement. Again, I'm not going to read through all of them. The idea is that it's a multifaceted approach to building competency, making sure that employees have the capabilities that they need to make this happen. Okay, so I've got a question. It's to see how you feel about this. Let's see. In terms of I didn't stop that. There it is. All right, so where does strategy break down? Yeah. All right, the first person said governance and accountability are unclear. All right, interesting. So it seems to be a competition between governance and translating into operational terms. Okay, that's very common. But both of those are very common. it's especially if you have a multifaceted strategy, it is not always clear who's in charge. So the governance and accountability, you literally have, we get a team together and we go through every objective and we say, Fred is the owner of that one. Even if it's all a cross-functional objective and there's not one obvious owner, you still want to have somebody's name next to it. So that's a challenge. It looks like the strategy, it's not clearly translated in operational terms, is creeping back ahead. That is also a challenge. Strategy seems like something we should only be talking about the high, lofty goals, and we want to be talking about the MBA kind of language. It feels almost inappropriate to be talking about the details sometimes, but you have to talk about the details too, right? You have to translate that high level into operational terms. What does it actually look like for the employee who's doing work day in and day out? All right. How are we doing on time? Okay. I think that's good then. Do we do questions or?
We're gonna postpone all the questions to the panel.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Obviously, post the questions, and we will come back to those later. Mohammed, do you want to?
Yeah, just probably.
Okay.
Just something that we wanted to announce that starting from this year and for the next round of the annual event, we'll use this, the Riyadh Chamber of Commerce as a sponsor, will use this venue to begin distributing the awards of excellence in strategy management. And this year, actually this month, just a few days ago, we had our very first Saudi organization that was the first Saudi organization to become a receiver of the Strategy Management Group Excellence Award for Strategy Management. We won't be announcing it here, but there will be a press release probably in a few days. And starting from next year, the same time, this annual event, we'll use this as a stage to announce anyone that has received this award during the year, inshallah. I want to thank David, and we're going to meet again in the panel. Also, as a gift and as an offering through this event and with the cooperation of Riyadh Chamber of Commerce, you'll find a complete calendar of all the certifications that we're offering throughout the year, co-certified and co-accredited by the Balanced Scorecard Institute and George Washington University. Once again, thank you, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Shukran.
So next session, quickly, we're going to cancel the short break. We'll have just one break at the prayer. I want to introduce Warren Bond, who's the CEO, Middle East CEO of Future World. And this, in my opinion, you'll be excited about this. I'm always excited about future stuff. So Future World and Future Foresight is our next session on stage. Thank you, David.
تي في تي سي اهلا تكلمنا على التليفون قبل كده. اهلا بيك الله يبارك فيك. مبسوط اني شفتك. الله يبارك فيك ويعزك يا رب.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute coffee break and come back, okay? Thanks. Yeah. أسعد. create strategies from the future with Future World. So let's begin.
Thank you, Mohammed. Good afternoon. Salam alaikum. As Mohammed mentioned, my name is Warren Bond. I'm from Future World. Just to also introduce my colleague Paul Steenkamp, who's one of our future makers. Paul's one of the leading minds globally around innovation. He headed up innovation at First National Bank when First National Bank won the most innovative bank in the world award. So if you've got anything you want to discuss in innovation, Paul's your guy. And you'll see the AWS logo, Amazon Web Services logo, on our slides. With me too is Matt Twilley. Matt's the head of innovation for Amazon for AWS here in the Middle East. And in our talk, I'm going to talk firstly about a process. Is that better? Okay. I'm going to talk firstly about a process called Strategy from the Future that we use at Future World. Matt's going to tell us a bit about how Amazon innovates and how they use a process called working backwards from the customer. And then we will jointly talk to you about how we've combined these processes as a way for you to look at strategy and innovation and doing exciting new things. I wonder, could we get the handheld mic, Mohammed? Could you ask for the handheld mic? Sorry, this isn't working great. Okay. So let me tell you a little bit about Future World. We are a 35-year-old business. We've been working with many of the world's leading companies and organizations and governments, working with mostly the C-suite, the leadership teams, etc., and working with them, thinking about what is coming next, what does the future look like, how will that impact their industries, how will that impact the products and services and customer experiences that are going to help them to win in the future. And we also have partnerships with the likes of AWS, which I mentioned. We also have partnership with the Oxford Said Business School, with Indian School of Business, London School of Economics. So we do a lot of work with these organizations too, with leading companies and governments. So let's get started. The future. I think we all know that the world is changing dramatically at the moment. What we're seeing out there is effectively a fundamental reboot of the global operating system of the world. If we look at geopolitics, a massive change in geopolitics from the west to the east. Okay? If we look at things like the media, the massive increase in fake news, do we even know the news that we're seeing today, whether it's real, is it right, is it correct, what is the impact of that? If you look at marketing, how marketing campaigns significantly impact the way we look at products and the way we look at activities. Capitalism, is capitalism even working well today in its current form? I think with 3 billion people going hungry every night, I think a lot of people would say capitalism as it is today is really not working. And then if we look at things like institutions, World Health Organization, UNICEF, United Nations, are these institutions really working? Are they working well? Or are they being reset? Are we going into a new world? We've had this old world for ages with a whole set of rules. And is that changing into a new world? Excuse me. Hello? Okay, that's better. So we've had this old world that we've all been living in and working in with a set of rules that we all knew and is well defined. But this is changing very fast into this new world with new rules, new ways of doing things, new technologies, access to new business models, new applications, etc. How do you as business leaders in your organizations, how do you harness those new rules, this new world, this new way of working in order to thrive, to jump ahead of your competitors, to stay ahead of your competitors? I'm sure you're facing these kind of questions every day. In the old world, if you were a large company and you had a big balance sheet, you pretty much had a right to win, to be able to take products to market, to get new services to market, and to use your distribution to dominate. But I think we're seeing now a lot of startups, a lot of new entities, a lot of fast-moving small companies that are actually getting out there and that are beating the big guys and are winning. And we're seeing statistics like on the Fortune 500, where 30, 40 years ago, a company was likely to be on the Fortune 500 for many, many years, something like 30 years. These days, that's down to something like 14 years, and it's dropping fast because the new players are winning. They're able to beat these big players by using the new technologies and the new rules of operating in this new world. Now, if you think about a new world taking over from an old world, if we have two bodies with mass and they collide, what happens? You get friction. And that leads to heat and it leads to resistance. And in your organizations, think of that as the legacy, your old business, your legacy business. When you're trying to change it, you're trying to do something new, your legacy business gets in the way of doing something new. I think we've all seen that. We see it time and time again. Your existing operations get in the way of doing these new things. And this heat, this friction, has massive implications for our businesses, for how we live, for how we work, for what our customers demand. Our customers of the future are no longer happy with what we used to do. They're demanding more and more and more, and Matt's going to talk a lot about that in his talk and how Amazon approach this topic. But your customers of the future are going to demand far more of you as you go forward. And how do you as a business use that in order to thrive and to capitalize and to win? I don't know if any of you know this company, Carfu. They are based in Dubai. I'm based in Dubai as well. And what they did was they looked at how fuel gets distributed. So we have a car, we want to fill up our car with fuel. What have we always done? We always go to the fuel station and somebody fills up the car. What Carfu did is said, you know what, that's the old world. We've got a new set of rules now. We've got new technologies, new capabilities. What we can do is we can create an app, and on that app we can just say wherever we are, whether we're at home, we're at work, just hit a pin and say, please come and fill up my car. So they created this fuel truck that now goes to wherever you are and fills up your car. In the old world, if you'd wanted to start that business, you would have had to go and buy land, you would have had to put massive investment, millions of reals into the property, build up the fuel tanks, etc. All these guys had to do was create these fuel trucks, sort out the regulations and create an app. And they've got a business that now distributes a significant amount of the fuel across the UAE. Great way of using these new rules. AI. I think everybody's all going AI at the moment. And I think for a lot of it is for very good reason. I mean, if we look at these new technologies, so First National Bank, I'm sure most of you travel and travel a lot. And if you end up in a foreign country and you use your credit card and the card gets declined, that's obviously very embarrassing and it's not a situation you want to be in. So at First National Bank, they had a lady who was the best at identifying foreign transactions as to whether they should be legitimate or not. And she used to, when transactions came through, she would look at it and analyze them based on where the transaction was, who the person is making the transaction, anticipated travel patterns, etc., etc. So what this bank did was they took the way she made decisions and they taught the AI to make those same decisions, okay? Now, she had around about a 90% accuracy, 95% accuracy. And the AI got to pretty much the same accuracy very quickly. That's not the interesting part. The interesting part is she could make 50 to 60 decisions a day. The AI could make 20,000 a second. And if you think about that kind of change and that ability to use these new technologies, these new rules in this new world, the step changes can be enormous. And I think the opportunity for businesses like yourselves to harness these is where you really need to be thinking about what is your strategy as you go forward, how can you use these capabilities and these technologies. And these things are enormously disruptive. I mean, Google, the mighty Google. Who's got a Gmail account here? Who has Gmail? Okay, lots of you. It's been around with us for ages, hasn't it? The guy who invented Gmail for Google, he came out with a statement which says, Google may only be a year or two away from total disruption. AI will eliminate the search engine result. He is saying that Google may go out of business because of AI. Now, obviously, they're using AI too now to try and catch up. But if they're at risk, how much is your business at risk? And when you're thinking about strategy and what is your business going forward, what are your new products, your new services? Are you harnessing these new technologies in this new world, or are you not? And I think these are very important questions you need to ask yourselves as leaders and your teams. Who here has a Nokia phone? We got one. Who's had a Nokia phone before, around about 10 years ago? We all had it, exactly. I think statistically it was 53% of the world's phones at that time, certainly in some markets. Their CEO, when they had the press conference which announced that basically Nokia had gone bust and they'd been bought by Microsoft, he made the statement, "We didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost." That's an interesting statement. Now, another very senior business leader who's very famous, and I won't tell you his name, he said of this, he said, actually, they did do something wrong. They missed the future. That is what they did wrong, was they missed the future. So when you're doing your strategic thinking and your planning, what is that future that is coming that you don't want to miss? And also, how do you create that future for yourselves, for your business, for your team, etc.? So I'm going to ask you a question now. I love this question. In a world that's changing so fast, so rapidly, etc., on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is no change and 10 is massive change, how fast do you think the world is changing? Does anybody, I'm going to ask you to put your hands up. We got one answer so far. Does anybody here think it's between 0 and 5 out of 10? No one. 6 out of 10? 7 out of 10? Okay, we've got quite a few hands there. 8 out of 10? More hands. 9 out of 10? And 10 out of 10. We had a few shots, quite a few at 10 out of 10. So that was an average of about 8.23, I think. It looked like somewhere in that region. So let's assume it's 8.23 is how fast the world is changing. How fast is your business changing? You don't have to answer that aloud, but I want you to answer it in your mind. And then, how fast are you personally changing? Because if the world is changing at 8.23 out of 10, and your business is changing more slowly than that, and you personally are changing more slowly, you're being left behind. So how do you harness this new world with these new rules in order to be changing faster than 8.23 in order to win? As an aside, we ask this question all around the world when we do our work. The country that always has the highest rating of how fast the world is changing is your country, here in Saudi Arabia. And I think it's also reflective of how fast your country is changing, which is amazing. But I want you to think about that. Is your business changing fast enough to keep a pace of the world or even to leap ahead of it in order to thrive going forward? Because a lot of experts and futurists will tell you that in the next 20 years there's going to be more change than in the last 100 years. And we know how much change there's been over the last few years. So just think about this. So let's talk a little bit about strategic thinking. We've got this world that's changing incredibly fast. How do you go about strategic thinking? So one of the big problems is you start planning, but what do? We look in the wrong places and we ask the wrong questions. There we are looking somewhere else when the opportunity is right there to see the lion. This is a real photo, by the way. One of our futurists took it up in Kenya when he was on a game drive. But also we don't notice and we don't see the danger that lurks behind us, our blind spots. And why is this? Because typically, when we look at our strategy, okay, what do we look at? We look at what we know today. What are these assumptions that we already know? We're not looking at the unknowns. We look at what we know. Often blinkered by our definition of core business. Is that core business even relevant in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, 15 years' time? Our board's view on risk. Okay, very normal to have that view on risk, but equally sometimes it's as risky or more risky to stick to just what you're doing and not be getting ahead okay, and missing the future. Your current competitors. We worked with a bank a few years ago where they had a strategy of being a fast follower. And they had done this, Paul knows this bank well. They had done this for many years, famously, we fast followers, fast followers. And then one day, the CEO of the bank said publicly, he said, we've been getting this wrong. The problem is we've been following the other banks, but actually these days our competitors are not just the banks. It's all these fintechs. It's all these technology companies. It's these platforms. It's the Amazon.coms of the world. So we've been following the wrong people. Fast, but the wrong people. The ability of your organization to change, following trends, etc. These are mindsets that often blink us to what is possible and how we can harness this new world. And success will depend on distinctiveness. We like to think of it as something, so what makes you different? What makes you unique? And when you're doing your strategy and when you're thinking about what does our future organization look like? What do we want to be? What is it that will give you goosebumps, that you're excited about it? What will give your customers goosebumps? What will they get excited about getting from you as an organization? How you can add value to them, add value to their lives. What will your customer of the future want? Not the mundane, not the normal. What is going to give them goosebumps? And we've spoken about it earlier. Legacy equals friction. So when you're doing that thinking, a lot of companies are then bound by their legacy. What have they been? What are they currently today? Does that, when you're thinking about your strategy, about your innovations, etc., does that stop you from being open to think big and to be bold and to do new things? And also at the same time, we call it strategic extinction. What parts of your organization and of your business should you be getting rid of? What should you stop doing? What is no longer going to win in this new world with these new opportunities? And where is the white space? By white space, we mean where is the space, the market, the opportunities that aren't being serviced at the moment? What are the problems that your customers have that are not being solved yet, that your competitors aren't in? What are these new opportunities where you can not just be number one, but be the only one? And I'll talk a bit about that just now. And this requires a step change of thinking and of innovation, and an application of these new technologies and new world rules. And it needs a new mindset, needs a new way of thinking to be open to what's new. We do some work with the Dubai government, and interestingly, one of the things we've been asked to do with their future leaders is literally rewire the brain, rewire the thinking to be open to the future, to what's coming, to what's new, in order that the city and the Emirate of Dubai can be, as their ambitions are, to be the best city in the world to live in. That requires a new thinking. What is the thinking that's needed in your organization when you think through your future and your strategy in order to be the very best? And we like to say that when you start with strategic thinking, and Mohammed mentioned this in his talk as well, and the video of John F. Kennedy is very relevant for this. It all starts with a dream. When you're thinking about your strategy and what you're going to do that's new, what is the dream? You know, Martin Luther King, he said, I have a dream. He didn't say, I have a spreadsheet. He didn't say, I have a budget. He didn't say, I have a business plan. He had a dream. And David spoke too about bringing the different objectives, goals, missions, whatever the organization calls them, through. But that all starts with the dream. And having the organization have the dream, having your employees have that dream too, is so important. And when we think about courageous thinking and we think about thinking big and doing something new, I also want to say to you, when you do that, don't just think about being number one, because kind of everybody says they're going to be number one. What can you do where you're the only one? Where what you do is distinct. You have your distinctiveness. You have your goosebump factor. What will make you the only one? Where's that opportunity? What customer problem can be solved that will help make you distinct and have your customers get goosebumps when they think about working with you? I'm going to show you this video. I don't know if any of you have seen this on Netflix, but it's a wonderful documentary. Sherpa Purjal took on this mission the fastest time that the top 14 peaks in the world, which are all above 8,000 meters, had been climbed by a single person, it had taken 7 years until he decided that he would think about it differently, and you'll see what happened.
When you are in the mountains, if you give up, you die.
There are only 14 mountains in the world higher than 8,000 meters.
The fastest time to climb all the 14 was 7 years. The plan is to go and hit the summit directly. If I can stay alive, I can do this in 7 months.
It is a roll of the dice.
Completely absurd.
Tonight we drink, tomorrow we plan. The biggest strength I have is I have no fear.
Supporting him, you have to be strong.
Look, I got nothing more to give. I don't want my brother to die.
You have to be willing to try. You are on the edge of life and death.
It is a project not only for himself, but for all the Sherpas.
If this was done by some Western climber, the news would have been 10 times bigger than this.
Those guys are really, really risking their lives.
Doesn't matter where you come from. You can show the world nothing is impossible. Giving up is not in the blood, sir. It's not in the blood.
In the old world of mountain climbing, they used to do what you call climb high and sleep low. And so in acclimatizing to the mountain, you would go up the mountain sort of halfway and come back down and sleep, and do this several times. So to climb one peak would generally take 2 to 3 months, maybe 4 months. And he said, those are the old rules. There's a new way of doing this. I can do this differently. So he actually started climbing the mountains completely differently. He did 3 of those peaks in 3 days, including Mount Everest. And he did all of them in 7 months. And the main reason it took 7 months was because he struggled to get a visa for one of the, from China for one of the mountains. Otherwise it would have been even quicker. But I think it's a wonderful human story about approaching something completely differently and finding a new way of doing things, given the new rules and, of this world and the new technologies. So, when we think about strategy, we at Future World, and there's many different ways to do strategy, we totally get that. But by far the best way we've seen, we call strategy from the future. And really, a lot of organizations, when they do strategy, they take their legacy, they take what am I today, what team do I have today, what products do I have today, what services do I have today, and they drag all of that forward into a planned future. Okay, with all of that legacy weighing them down. And what we like to do at Future World is say, there's a lot of things that you know, but let's also bring in what you don't know. Let's bring in futurist thought leaders, case studies, future thinking, etc. And let's just park our business of today. Let's acknowledge that we have it, but let's actually take a leap into the future. And you might want to do this 3 years out, 5 years out, 10 years out, whatever it might be. The furthest one we've done, I think, is 55 years out, 2071 with one organization. But generally, let's call it 3 to 5 years out and say, let's leap forward and let's go and imagine what does the world look like at that time period. And it's not, I don't think, dissimilar to the way your amazing country has done Vision 2030, where at a certain point in time said, what does it look like if we leap forward to 2030? But then as your organization with your leadership team, you say, what does that future look like? What are going to be the winners and losers? What products will be commoditized? Because if they're commoditized, they won't have value. Okay? What markets do we want to be in, etc., in order to thrive in that world? And you go and design that future business. And once you've designed your ideal future business, then you come back and you look at where are we today. And you say, okay, what changes must we make now in order to become that future business? So we haven't been burdened by our current business, but we acknowledge that we are here today and now we need to make the following changes of new products, services, customer experiences, whole new businesses, etc. Okay, so that is the way and the method that we believe works incredibly well. Also, and this is my last point before I'm going to hand over to Matt, we often get asked, in this rapidly changing world, what is the single biggest thing you can do to thrive, given how hard it is to keep up with everything? I know that's a very big question, but does anybody have a suggestion of what that answer could be? Okay, so the answer that we come up with for this is partnerships. We just see that the world is changing so fast, to address a lot of these things on your own is near impossible. Okay, if you, when you think about your strategies and your strategic thinking, your innovations, etc., if you can think about what are the partnerships that are going to help you to leap ahead and that are going to help you to thrive, we think this is one of the big keys in order to be successful going forward with these new set of rules, the new technologies, etc. And in our lives as Future World, we've been very fortunate to form a partnership with Amazon and the AWS, Amazon Web Services, that is, innovation team. And we'll tell you in a little while about our joint program. But to learn how to do new things, how to innovate, to think about your future strategy, etc., from an organization like Amazon is amazing. And we're very fortunate to have Matt Twilley with us here today as the head of innovation for AWS in the Middle East. And Matt's going to share with you some incredible stories and knowledge about how Amazon innovates.
Thank you, Warren. And nice to meet you all. And thank you very much for welcoming us to your event. It's always great to be in front of nice audiences like yourself, and also to be on stage with great partners as well. So in way of introduction, my name is Matt. I'm from the UK. I live in Dubai. I've been in the region now for 8 years. I've been with AWS for 3.5 of those years. Previously, I was with Vodafone, so Vodafone Telco, working with them on innovation, digital transformation, and so on. I've learned a huge amount in this region, and the acceleration of innovation is outstanding. And I love working across this region because I see new things and better things and challenging things every single day, and how we might do things differently and better and leapfrog the rest of the world, which is pretty amazing and outstanding. What I'm going to do during the session is I'll take you through the story of Amazon, how we innovate as a whole business, how we work together collectively as a whole organization, how we work with partners and organizations like yourselves, whether it be government, non-government organizations, to help us to have a look into the future, but deliver, build, make a difference, and not just have what we talked about earlier on, the spreadsheets, the PowerPoint presentations, the plans, but how do we execute? Okay, so I'll take you through that. But it starts off with a mission. What is our mission at Amazon? And we have a mission to be the Earth's most customer-centric company. Now, there's 2 things in here I'd like to really, really pull out. The first one is we're concentrating on one planet. Okay, Earth for the moment. Okay. However, Jeff has built his rockets. We're going up into space. Let's see where that takes us. My worry is the second word, who are the customers of the future that we're going to encounter on those other planets? But let's focus back on the Earth, customer. Okay, second word in there, super, super, super important. It doesn't matter whether it's external customer, resident, visitor, internal customer, but it's about your customers, okay? Customer, customer, customer. And maybe it's a Slido that I should have put in. How many times do I say customer during my presentation? If I don't say it 1,000 times, please take me to King Khalid International Airport and escort me out of the country. Customer, customer, customer. Really, really, really important to us as a business, and I'm sure it is to all of you as well. If you don't have customers, what are you doing? Okay, let's all go to the beach. Okay, maybe we should do that. But customer is about business, about organizations, about countries, and cities like Riyadh, where we are today. But where do we start? As an organization, we start from the customer and we work backwards from that. Okay, so we spend a lot of time talking to customers, understanding customers' needs, gathering in data points of what they're not telling us. Okay, what's missing? Where are the gaps? Where are the opportunities for us to be able to experiment, explore, test with customers, build new things through experimentation, through minimal lovable products, through being able to get their feedback and iterate and build, and iterate and build. So start from the customer and let's work backwards from that. Now, an interesting quote that Jeff Bezos brought out in 2016 when he wrote the shareholder letter was, customers are always beautifully, wonderfully dissatisfied. Now, if you're an investor and you're looking at that and Amazon is saying, my customers are dissatisfied, you probably start questioning, why is Jeff Bezos saying that the customers are dissatisfied with Amazon? And he's not saying that. He's not saying that everybody hates Amazon, they're going to go with other companies, etc. What he's saying is he's saying a very different story. So going back to my telco roots and the Nokia, the person with the Nokia phone in the room, who in here doesn't have a mobile device? Okay, all right, okay. So that's an interesting one, and it was very interesting during COVID periods when I was in Vodafone at that time. Everyone gave up everything that they possibly could apart from their mobile device. All right, we're addicted to it and we need it, right, to do our daily work, to communicate with our families, our friends, our businesses, and so on and so on. So mobile devices are really, really important to us. So who in here has a Samsung? Okay, so some of the audience. Who in here has an iPhone? Okay, all right, marketing works. All right, Apple have done a great job every single year in September to launch a new Apple device. Okay, it's become a trend now every year where people queue up outside of the Apple stores to be the first one to have that mobile phone in their hands. Okay, amazing, amazing marketing campaign. All right, who's got something else? An Oppo or Huawei or whatever it might be. There are devices out there, all right? So the important message behind that is, who's got, from an iPhone, iPhone 8, using it today, now, and got it in the room? Nobody. All right, 9. Who's got a 10? X, well done. All right, so if you've got a 10, all right, interesting because they didn't build one, but X they've got. All right, so if you've got an X and you're using it today, great stuff. It's survived. Who's got 11? A couple of you. 12. A few more hands. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. I've got my 17. I'm very proud to have my 17. All right, I got the orange one. And I got it because I had an 11. And I went to 17. And I'm using it like an 11. So if anybody knows how to use a 17 like you should do as a 17, let me know. Because I don't know what I've done differently. I've just spent $1,000 on a new device. But it's important to know that when we go back to this quote, customers are always beautifully, wonderfully dissatisfied. Why? Because they want the next best thing. Okay? No matter what you do, tomorrow it'll be out of date. Okay? And sometimes it's even out of date before you've even started. So think about the organizations that you're working in, organizations like ours in Amazon. We're experimenting all the time, listening to our customers, imagining what our customers might need in the future, and start to work on that. It's really, really important that innovation is not something that you do today, and then you close the innovation team down, and then you carry on regardless. You need to innovate all the time. Every single day, you need to listen, listen, listen. Listen to the messages, listen to the signals of what are happening and what your customers are looking for and what they're needing. And we do that across all of our organizations. So hands up in here who uses Amazon.sa to have goods delivered to their homes, their places of work, and so on and so on. A lot of you do. And we're listening to you and how we can make it the best delivery e-commerce service that it can possibly be. And we're working currently at the moment with two organizations that you probably know, King Salman International Airport and Riyadh Air. Both of them are looking at partnering with Amazon.com, Amazon.sa, to help deliver goods to the airport, to the passengers, to the guests as they arrive at the airport, inside the terminals, when the terminals open up in the future. So it's not just about being at your home. You forgot your mobile charging device, get it delivered into the lounge when you're in the lounge or onto the aircraft, okay, before you take off. Those are the types of things that we're pushing and working with partnerships with organizations in your country at the moment. And there's plenty more things that we're looking at across the board here. Normally I spend about an hour on my own on stage, and that's not enough. I've got 20 minutes, so I'm going to rush through some things with you. But I'm very happy to talk to you about Amazon's way of working and Amazon's innovation in more depth. So how do we measure the way that we would work as an organization to be able to grow our businesses? Well, again, it goes back to customers. What are the customers' demands? What are the durable needs that we know customers are going to want all the time? And probably for the next 15, 20, 30 years into the future. So we build flywheels, very simple flywheels for our organizations. Starts off with customer experience, and then you work, and if you take this as a e-commerce business, what do you want on your platform? You want traffic. If you have traffic on your platform, then sellers are going to go, I want to be there, because that's where the customers are. I want to sell my products. If you're selling the products or getting those products onto the platform, you're creating choice and selection for your customers. Customers like that. And the cycle goes round. You grow the organization, you can bring down your cost structure prices and also the prices for your end customers as well. Now, what are the customers' durable needs? So hands up in here who would say to me, and I pass it back to the Amazon.sa team, please increase prices. Nobody wants the prices to increase. Okay. Who would say, please don't give me choice? Who would say, make it as difficult as possible to buy from you? Right. You're not going to be saying those things. So price, selection, convenience. Our organization, Amazon Retail, Amazon e-commerce business focuses on those three things. Right? If we don't focus on those three things, we lose the ball, right? And it goes to somebody else very, very quickly. And there are other operators out there in the marketplace at the moment, and they're biting at our ankles and sometimes taking the market. You know, and we are always, always pushing innovation to be able to focus on those things for you as customers of ours. So how do we do that? We take four key things: culture, mechanisms, architecture, and organization. And let me go through those in a little bit of detail. So first of all, culture. Really important that we understand what our DNA of our business is. This is available online. These are our leadership principles. There is verbatim under each of these principles, and I'll show you a couple of them in a moment. When I was interviewed at Amazon for AWS, I had a 6-hour interview. 6-hour interview with 12 of these principles to prove to the interviewers whether I was capable of being in an organization with these principles. What I was doing as a job didn't matter. Can I survive in an organization of this culture? And thankfully I made it through, all right? But there's a lot of checking of, are you the right fit for our organization from a principle perspective? Now, we as an organization have 1.5 million people within our organization, and every single one of them is interviewed under these principles. Maybe not for 6 hours, but the principles stick. The important thing is here, we have a culture and a DNA across our organization that everyone aligns to. And I guarantee if I spoke to pretty much everyone across Amazon and I asked them what are the principles of Amazon, they'd be able to come back with these. Because we use them every single day. So if, for example, I wasn't being customer obsessed, which is our number one principle, everyone is entitled to challenge me and say, you're not customer obsessed enough. If I'm not delivering results, you don't deliver results. If I'm not thinking big, you're not thinking big enough. You're limiting yourself and you're limiting the people that you're working with. All right? We challenge every single day on these principles. So let's have a look at a couple of them. It's typical verbatim that we have, invent and simplify. A couple of things that I've pulled out from the verbatim. We accept that we may be misunderstood. Why? Because it's part of experimentation. It's part of testing new things out. If you're going to go in with a plan that says, we're going to do that, and everybody knows that we're doing that, and it's already worked out that it's going to achieve, then it's not an experiment. It's not inventing and simplifying. Now, we've done that with Kindle. Who's got a Kindle in the room? A couple of you. Okay. Kindles. Why did we do that? We disrupted our own organization. So we were a book-selling organization to start off with, sending books around the world. We then decided that we would switch to technology with Kindle. Why? Because we answered a customer question. And the customer question was, I want to have any book anywhere in the world within 60 seconds. Now, no e-commerce business is going to be able to do that until we invent teleportation, which we're working on. All right, so it's not going to happen. So we have to invent technology to keep up with our customer needs. What do they want from us? So we invented the Kindle. That's the one on the left-hand side is the first one, very clunky, quite heavy. Right-hand side, new one, 15 iterations later, is the one that we've now put into the marketplace that is color, you can draw on it, you can make notes, you can read books, you can go to the beach because you can have it next to water, in the sunlight, and still carry on reading whatever it is you want to read. Thinking big, one of our principles, and that comes out quite a lot when you're thinking about strategy, when you're thinking about the future. How do you think big? Well, we want to make sure that we're thinking big, and we want to make sure that we're creating a bold direction that inspires results. How can you be brave enough to think beyond what everybody else is thinking about? We did that with AWS. And AWS was a business behind our Amazon business to start with. In 2006, we decided to launch the organization with a view that we think it's good enough for us from a technology viewpoint. Why don't other people start using our technologies to help them as an organization to grow as well? As we built the organization, we've been able to reduce costs, we've been able to provide more features, we've now got 200 plus features out there at the moment, 151 price reductions over the course of the last 19 years, millions of active customers, and you see as we go through the timeline the amount of iterations that we do on our products and services. We iterate and iterate and iterate. Why do we iterate? Because you ask us to. Right? You ask us to make things better. You ask us to make improvements. You tell us where things are not working. Right? We want to make sure that things are working for you. Because if they're working for you, you'll buy the products and the services. And that's where we get profitable as an organization. Bias for action, interesting leadership principle, and interesting because this goes across the whole organization of 1.5 million people. How many people in this room are making multi-million-dollar decisions every single day? Okay, all right. None of you, all right. All right, how many of you are making decisions that will be regulatory decisions and decisions that might disrupt the whole of the nation? One of you, you are, okay, all right. There you go. So very few people are making the big, massive decisions on a daily basis. okay? Now, how many people in the room are making decisions every day? But decisions, some sort of decision. Pretty much all of you, right? You're making decisions, but not everybody likes it. Not everybody likes making decisions because they're frightened about their boss being on top of them, making the wrong decision. Customers might leave. Things might change. Things might happen in a negative way. So in a way that we work in Amazon, we have one-way doors and two-way doors. One-way doors are those decisions that nobody in this room is making. You get through the door, you can't go back again. Typical decision at Amazon would be a $5.3 billion investment into data centers in Saudi, right, which we launched or announced LEAP last year, or earlier last year. And we're about to launch those data centers next year, probably around about H2 time. Right? So we will have deployed services in Saudi from AWS from H2 next year. That's a massive investment. That's a lot of building. That's a lot of regulatory discussions with the government that we need to go through. That's not a decision that I'm going to make. That's a decision that people that are way above my pay grade to make. And those people will make those decisions because they're one-way door decisions. All of us are making two-way door decisions, which means that we can make a decision and change it. If it goes wrong, let's change it. Let's go in the another direction. Let's reverse what we've done, but let's make decision. Let's have bias for action to move forward instead of sitting there and waiting for other organizations to take that decision and move forward ahead of us. Okay? Be brave with your decision making. Now, we've got mechanisms to help us innovate. One of the biggest mechanisms that we use is called working backwards. Okay, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier on about working backwards from our customers. What we do in our organization is a little bit like design thinking. Who's done design thinking before? A few of you. Okay. So what we like to do in our organization is we like to imagine the future. Imagine we've built the solution. We're about to launch the solution. Write the press release. If you can write the press release and those goosebumps that Warren was talking about a little bit earlier on come up, and you're probably nearly there. If you look at that press release and say, customers aren't going to like this, this doesn't make sense, then change what you're doing or stop it. Let's build the right things for the right reasons for the right customers who are asking you to solve problems or create new opportunities for them. Behind that, we have what's called FAQs, frequently asked questions. Two types. What would your customers ask you? How much is it going to cost? What if I don't like it? What happens to my data? All of the typical questions that all of us would probably ask. Second set of questions, the stakeholder questions. CEO, how do I put this in front of those people that are investing into our organization? CTO, what technologies are we going to use and why are we using them? Do we need to buy them? Do we need to build them? How do we manage them in the future? CFO, what would a CFO ask? How much is it going to cost? And when I'm going to get 10x back, right? But if it's a really nice CFO, they will probably ask, how do I budget for this for you? All right, so think about the questions that your stakeholders would ask. And as we're going through the process within our organization, if we put those questions up front, we haven't even built anything yet. We put those questions up front because we want to make sure that the stakeholders are going to be engaged early. And we ask them the questions before we start building. Okay? Third thing we do is we build visuals or storyboards. What's the experience we want customers to have? And what is the step change that we're taking them through? Okay? If it's going to be the same experience or a worse experience, why are we doing it? Your customers will not want a worse experience. Okay? So we take these three things and we put them in front of executives to make decisions for us to build and invest and put employees and partners behind the thought process of building a new solution for customers. Normally takes about 5 minutes for that decision to happen. because you've done all the work already. If you go half-cocked to an executive team without any of this, say, I've got an idea, they will probably ask you for this. And if they don't think it's a nice idea or a good idea and you haven't proven anything for them, they'll probably say no, and then it's very difficult to get back in the room again. Okay? So do all the hard work first, so when you get into the room, you've got all the answers. You can imagine what the future is like, and you can show them what experience the customers are going to have. So who's the customer? Well, the customer needs to be really, really critically asked of, who is my customer, who are our customers, and be really, really, really specific about your customers. We were mentioning a little bit earlier on, I'd like to change customer experience. Well, that's a very, very difficult thing to change, because what does that mean? Right? So many different things. But who's the customer? What do we know about them? Put a face to it. Put a human to it. We're all customers. What would we want? What's the problem or what's the opportunity? What's the solution and the most beneficial benefit your customer is going to get from this solution? What's the experience? And finally, how do you measure whether it's successful or not? What's the feedback loop that you're going to build in to your solution that you're launching? 5 questions. We always ask this within Amazon about our own products, services, or businesses as we're building them and as we're iterating against them. When we work with organizations like you, we will ask you to answer these questions as well, because we want you to be successful. Architecture. I won't talk too much about this, but just to give you a flavor of the architecture that we build within our organization to build solutions on AWS, we keep it as simple as possible. Right? We allow you to experiment. We don't want you to buy into a license over a 3-year period and then get locked into a license where you use 10% of what you needed to use. Use what you need to use, experiment on it, scale if it's successful, and we're very happy to work with you on that journey. We want to build trust with you. You want to trust and use our products and services. If you think they're the right things to use more of them. If you don't think they're the right things to use less of them, or use different things. And we will help you and guide you and support you in the way that you want to go. Lowers the cost of failure, and it enables you to scale, and it enables you to downsize as well. And we help many organizations through COVID period in downsizing their organizations without being locked into a license. Okay? We do that across our organizations. We use artificial intelligence quite a lot. We use Gen AI a lot now within our organizations. As an example, we've got Rufus, a little pet dog that's on our Amazon.com, Amazon.sa platform to help make suggestions for you. So if you've got a young girl that likes My Little Pony, you want to do a party, put in, I've got a 5-year-old, likes My Little Pony, what do I need? I want to do a party. And then Rufus will come up with some suggestions for you of what you might want to purchase from our platform to be able to make that party the right thing for your little girl. Right? We also use Gen AI across the board here around delivering our packages. Amazon Go, our store where you can go into a store with a mobile app, enter the store, pick things off the shelf, and then walk out. And everything gets paid for on your Amazon account. You don't need to check out of the store. You don't need to go behind somebody who's forgotten their credit card or has got a little kid running around filling up the shopping cart whilst they're in the line. You just walk out. Okay. Organization. How do we organize ourselves as a business? Quite often when we do this session just before lunch and everybody is really hungry. All right, so, and we probably don't have what I'm going to put up on screen here, but it just gives you a picture and a flavor, excuse the pun, to how we organize our teams. And we organize our teams with pizza. Okay, why do we think about pizza? We have what we call 2 pizza teams. Now in the UK, size of a pizza is about this big. All right. In the US, pizza is American size, sorry, David. Okay. But we think about Chicago-sized pizzas, 2 of those pizzas. How many people would be satisfied in one sitting around those 2 pizzas? Now, normally it's around 6 or 7 people. Obviously, it depends how hungry you are, but 6 or 7 people. That's all you need to have a team working on a project. If you have more people, what are you going to get? You're going to get communication issues. You're going to get opinions coming in. You're going to get people not turning up for meetings. You're going to get people disrupting you. You're going to get people that are on their mobile devices while they're in a meeting, some of them in here. So this is what happens, but we bring the teams down to a minimal amount of people, and we can all concentrate on what we're supposed to be doing and deliver results. That's how we work in our organization. So remember 4 things. In Amazon, culture, mechanisms, working backwards from the customer, architecture, scaling through building things by experimenting, and eating pizza. Okay, all right, so Warren's going to come back up. We're going to talk about a couple of things of what we do together with Future World. Future World is one of our partners. By the way, we have around about 100,000 partners around the world. We have a very unique partner next to us, consulting partner. Most of our partners deliver and build. This consulting partner is slightly different, and we want to make sure that we have a look at how we collectively can help you in your organizations to be successful.
Thank you, Matt. Always love your presentation. So one of the things AWS say, which I love, is that you as organizations can build anything that you can imagine. And when we talk about our partnership, basically Future World helps you with the imagine. What are the new things that you can do? What are the new products, services, businesses, customer experiences that you can do? And then AWS can help you build them. It's the imagine piece, it's thinking big. Matt's spoken about that. I won't spend too much time on that. But how we do this, and this is an invitation to all of you, if you would like us to partner with you to do these activities, we'd love to have a conversation on it, is we bring in our futurists, our thought leaders, our news from the future, innovating from the future, etc. And we bring in the Amazon team, the AWS team, their thought leaders, their use cases. They've got amazing global use cases from around the world. And we combine that with your leadership teams, your innovation teams, to form, let's call it a 2-pizza team, to think through what is the future going to look like, what are the future opportunities, etc. And then to the theme of the day around execution, to actually then help you go and execute. And I think that's a really key thing with AWS, with their technologies and capabilities, is the ability to go and execute using this new world we live in with all these new technologies and these new capabilities. Just a quick example of where we've done this before. I'm sure you all recognize Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. We were asked to work with the Executive Council of Dubai to create their Future Insights program. So how does the Executive Council look at the future? And this quote is on the Museum of the Future. The future will be for those who will be able to imagine, design, and build it. The future does not wait. The future can be designed and built today. And we took that as inspiration for designing their Future Insights program. And as you can imagine, and I know this is government and you and most of you in the private sector, but in organizations like government, you have a lot of different areas. You know, you've got the future of mobility, of performance management, of technology, of government comms, etc., etc. So we took all of these parts and we created a Future Insights program where, along with the AWS team, with Matt and his colleagues, we got all the people who work for the Executive Council to think through what are the think big opportunities to help make Dubai the best city in the world to live in. And then we said, as a separate exercise, which Matt and his colleagues led, is if you're going to use AI, what are the opportunities to use AI? What are the use cases in order to achieve the same objective? We ran those processes. the employees there came up with around about 30 Think Big ideas and 22 AI use cases, which are now being utilized by Dubai to go forward. And the invitation is for yourselves, if you would like to work with us and to have us help you, as we can bring these same kind of processes and capabilities to you to look at ways to help your organizations leap forward and leap into the future and win in the future. So that's all from us. Matt, thank you for joining me, and Mohammed, thank you for the opportunity.
No problem. One thing that you might want to do, I think some of you said you're on Amazon.sa, all right? One of the things that you might want to purchase, and please go into that cycle and help us out, working backwards. There's a book available on the Amazon.sa retail store. It's a really good read, all right? It tells you about how you design things, how you invent things, how you build things, thinking about your customers and working backwards from that. So I would recommend it if you want to take it. Maybe. Special friends get special vouchers.
So if you'd like to reach out to us, there's a QR code there and you can send us a message. And lastly, thank you to Riyadh Chamber for the opportunity and for the partnership. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Matt. As expected, this was a really exciting presentation. Talking about the future is always nice. So next, we initially talked about the ability to have methodologies and best practices in place with David, being able to actually coach and mentor and build capabilities of the people who will manage, execute, and report on strategy. So that was covered by David. With Warren and with Matt, we understood how we can set directions for the future, how we choose our alternative futures. Now, we need to talk about something more down to execution, more about execution. When we execute, we need to measure, we need to track, we need to have data-driven decision-making, and this is something that we will look into with Charlie. Charlie, New York French, is the CEO of Cascade. That was voted 22 times in a row as the world's #1 strategy execution software. So let's hear what Charlie will let us know. You want?
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. All right, I'm going to get just connected and then we will get going.
And just as a reminder, on the brochures, on the back of the brochures, there's a QR code for the event brochure. The QR code at the back, it will take you to a form. If you want this presentation, if you want to join our communities, if you want to ask about the courses in collaboration with the Riyadh Chamber of Commerce that will take place as early as January and February, if you want to ask about a demo for Cascade, anything else from what you've heard today, please feel free to send us a message on that contact form. The QR code is on the back of the brochure. Yes, if you need the sessions from today, the presentations, just send us a message and we can avail it to you, inshallah.
Cool. All right, we're great. I'm Charlie. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's an honor to be here in Riyadh at the Chamber of Commerce. Mohammed, thank you to you and your team for setting this up. Progress has done a great job setting up a good conference here, good attendees and really good talk tracks. So, what am I hoping to talk about today? Well, firstly, I'm Charlie, as I said. I'm the CEO at Cascade. You've heard a little bit about us today. Mohammed, you started with some of our stats at the very beginning. At Cascade, we help companies execute on their strategy. So we're not here to help you form strategy. We're not here to help you get ideas around balanced scorecard, which is what David's team does. We're here to help you digitize that strategy, track it with KPIs, and then ideally make much better decisions. I'm going to have 3 talk tracks here today, or three parts of this presentation. The first is a talk track from me about strategy-led performance. That will be about 15 to 20 minutes. The second is I'm going to ask a very tenured chief strategy officer from here in Riyadh to come and join me for a discussion. There I'd really love questions from the audience, so I'll start with 4 questions and then I'll open it up to the audience. And then that's Mr. Mushtaq Khan, this Chief Strategy Officer of Al-Quraya. Very lucky to have him here today. Thank you for joining us. And finally, if you're up for it, I'll give you a 3-minute demo of Cascade. This first talk track won't speak about Cascade whatsoever. It's more the general problems that we're trying to solve, the opportunities we see out there in the market. Of course, if we're speaking about these problems, it is something that we think that we can attach ourselves to. I want to start by speaking about this idea that strategy is existential. Now, for a few reasons, I think that's going to be a very easy sell to this group. Firstly, all the talks we've had here today have sort of given the good pitch there. In fact, I've got a few very similar stories that I'm going to lean into. The second thing is, I learned a stat yesterday that KSA will spend about $4 billion on management consultants this year, so people are taking strategy very serious. And then the last thing is, every company that we work with here in the region, and I'm sure all of your businesses, have very long-term goals. This is all aligned with the 2030 vision. That's something relatively unique. Even in America, I think that we don't see that. America's a little bit behind when it comes to that. So as part of this talk track, the first message I'm trying to leave you with is strategy is existential. And I've got a fun little survey to do with you there. The second thing gets a little bit more dynamic or interesting. It might take a bit more persuading, but a lot of what you heard from David and from Warren and from Matt and from the team hopefully starts to prepare you for the idea that maybe we're doing strategy slightly wrong. I think the way we do strategy today is how the CRO ran their business 20 years ago, and I think there's a modernization that needs to happen. The good news, I think AI can really drive that modernization. So let's get into it. This is the first bit where I'd love some audience participation. I'm going to bring up Slido in a second, and I want you to guess. You've got 5 options. What portion of the Fortune 500 companies have disappeared in the last 20 years? Now, Warren, in your last session, you mentioned that the average tenure has gone from many, many decades to like 14 years was, I think, the stat you gave. This isn't even that. This is which ones have died entirely. So these businesses have gone out of business. They don't exist anymore. They've not only fallen out of the Fortune 500, but beyond that. So start to get a number in your head. I'll see if I can make the technology work here. Okay. Okay, well, one person's gone for 83%. That's a very, very large number. Let's have a few more guesses here. So what portion of Fortune 500 has disappeared in the last 20 years? So if you went and pulled up the Fortune 500 from 2004, 2005, what of those are no longer here in reality now? I've used this stat. I learned this stat about 3 months ago, and I've used it hundreds of times at this point. In fact, if you've spoken to me in the last couple of days, I've probably used it with you, so you may know the answer already. Well, look, you're all honing in on the right answer, roughly. If it was 17% or 9%, this probably wouldn't be a very interesting stat to be telling you, so we can be sure it's not that. It is, the group has got it right, 52%. 83% would be extremely high. I think I'll go back to this now. I think that tells us something about strategy. So I asked, upon learning this stat, I went to ChatGPT and I asked it to do some deep research. The first bit of research I asked it to do is like, is this a stat associated with the Fortune 500? As in, if they give you your stamp of approval, are you likely to die within 20 years' time? And the good news or bad news is this is just universal. You could cut this by the top 2,000 companies. You could cut this by size of organization from the New York Stock stock exchange, large companies over the last 20 years have consistently been going out of business. And in one of the presentations we talked about earlier, the past was if you were a large organization, you had a set of resources, capabilities, skills, traction, credibility that meant that you were inevitably going to continue. That is, we're seeing the exact opposite at this point. So then I asked ChatGPT to go and do some deep research and build me an Excel with 3 columns. The first column was the name of the business that went out. So there were 260 of the Fortune 500 businesses from 2004 that no longer exist. The second thing was what happened to them. And then the third thing was ChatGPT's guess on why it happened to them. So I just said, read 10Ks, do as much research on the internet as you can, and give me your best guess on what happened with them or why it happened. On the second column, the interesting stat here is, so what happened to them? Well, 50% went completely out of business, completely bankrupt, nothing exists in any meaningful form anymore. Of the remaining 50% of those, so 75% we're at this point, were acquired but shut down in almost all substantial ways. Then there was a remaining 25% that were acquired, and maybe the brand's still there, maybe some patents are still there, maybe some team members are still there, but largely speaking, the business is no longer the same business. When it came to the second, or the third column, which is where I said, why did this happen? I read through each of the 260 answers that ChatGPT gave. So this is just a generative AI, large language models perspective on the world. And only in 2 instances on that list did it come up with something that was short-term focused. Their margin wasn't the right margin in 2014, or they just were slightly outcompeted by a competitor who grew revenue a little faster than they did. That basically didn't exist, which is that these businesses are very good at fighting the short term, but that's not what's going to make the difference to whether you're around 20 years later. When I read through all of those answers, what you found was some meaningful disruption had happened to that business that meant that they went out of business. You've seen some of these examples. The thing that really surprised me here is that these businesses didn't go out of business in 10 days. Mohammed, you gave the example of Kodak earlier. On your chart, that was a 10-year chart, I think. That's exactly the same for Circuit City. Amazon put, our friends here at Amazon put Circuit City out of business, along with a lot of other businesses, by the way. That didn't happen over 10 days, 10 weeks, 10 months. That happened over a 10-year period. And those businesses had core capabilities that meant that they could have evolved out of that, and they could have been part of the winning team. It wasn't like something hit them, a bus hit them, and that's it, it's all over. They had time, they had resources, they had capabilities. The story that I'd really like to give here is actually Kodak or Blockbuster. I'll give the Kodak story because you started it, Mohammed. But the Kodak story is particularly interesting because Kodak developed the digital camera. They have the patents for today's version of the digital camera. They also had a vision which still exists today. So Kodak's vision was Kodak moments, or capture the moment. Their corporate vision was capture the moment. The manifestation of that in marketing was Kodak moments. That still exists today. We take pictures on our iPhone, we put them on Instagram, whatever platforms you use. That concept of sharing and capturing moments still very much exists. Why did they go out of business? Well, I learned from an insider at Kodak that they had a strategy put on their desk that said you need to get out of the physical print space and into the digital space. This wasn't a crazy idea. You saw earlier that Fujifilm saw what was happening. The writing was on the wall. There was a new technology, something was going to change. The reason that they weren't able to change is because it was a massive conflict to their current business. So their current business was printing. They had printers all over the world, and they would print pictures, and that's where they made their money. The second you tell your organization, we're not focusing on that anymore, and we're focusing on something else, there's a whole load of priorities, concerns that start breaking down. So all of this hopefully leads you to believe, which I think, as I say, this group is going to be compelled by as it is, that strategy is existential. What I'd like to talk to you about now is why we're getting it wrong. If you look at the Blockbuster example, Blockbuster again failed over a 10-year period. I don't know if you know this one, but this is a business, I think, in the UK and US, which rented DVDs to people. Netflix came along. I'm a little older than I look here. Netflix's first iteration was shipping you DVDs. And I, for a 3-year period, went from going to Blockbuster on a Friday night to going online and having having Netflix ship me a DVD. At that point, it was clear that something was changing. If you tried to stream a movie at that point, which you could do, there were torrenting sites or websites where you could go and stream movies, it was a really awful experience. But over a 10-year period, it was very clear that that was inevitably going to be the way that people consumed content. Netflix innovated themselves out of shipping DVD to we're going to stream online. Meanwhile, Blockbuster, with all of the relationships with the studios, with all of the brand, all of the capex or money it had in the balance sheet, wasn't able to innovate out of that. And that's because my belief is that's a trade-off between prioritizing short-term and long-term bets. So I think that we've seen across the organization what I call evolution has found its shape, and that is the dashboard. If you look at any organization except for strategy, and we'll come back to strategy in a second, and you look at how they run their business. I think, Mohammed, you shared this quote from Peter Drucker earlier: if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. Every single leader, every single team in an organization, again, except strategy, runs their business in that way. Maniacal tracking of the short term. I could log into a Salesforce and see 70 different dashboards. I could log into Jira and see 70 different dashboards. I could log into NetSuite, Workday, the list goes on. If I look at strategy, it's the exact opposite. And the history of strategy, I'll actually go forward 2 slides here. The history of strategy is that there are really good ideas that are come up with. That might be passing over $7 million to McKinsey. It might be doing a 2-week offsite. It might be your board giving you some direction. It might be things coming from regulatory environment. But there are a lot of very good ideas. Then there's this big kickoff. I think, Mohammed, you called it posters, putting up big posters out there. And then people are expected to align to that. And it's sort of forgotten. If anything, it's remembered 6 months later when the CEO goes and shakes people up and says, how are we doing on that strategy that we laid out at the beginning of the year? People go into panic mode on PowerPoint, and they try to make the situation not look too dire. But as we saw from the many slightly different stats that were presented earlier, a lot of these strategies are failing, so something's wrong there. Well, Harvard Business Review did a study on this, and they found that 3 hours a month is spent on strategy by leaders. It is just something that is largely forgotten day to day. I've got this idea that we're supposed to be going over this direction, but I have like 20 fires in front of me, and that's really where I'm focusing my attention. I'll go back a slide here. So when we look at dashboards, you see this in any organization. If I took a CRO from 20 years ago and I said, how much are you going to sell? That CRO would say, I think Mary's good for selling $1 million. I think Bob's good for selling $1 million. They'd maybe go through their Excel and they would come up with a number. I think we're going to hit 12 million in sales. That number would be low likelihood. There would be very little accountability around it. And today it's entirely different. If you ask that same CRO, they'd bring up their 70 dashboards and say, well, this is my pipeline here. This is what we've already closed. This is my AI predicting what we're going to close. And they would say with a far greater degree of certainty, a far higher number that they would hit. We're just better at managing the short term. That example I just gave is the CRO, but I could have given that example for a CFO, a CHRO, a CPO, a CTO. Everybody has their dashboards. So all of the dominoes seem to have fallen, and we've started tracking data in a way that is real time, that leads to accountability, visibility, speed of decision making, alignment between functions. This one's really key for strategy, and ultimately the focus. Every domino has fallen except for strategy. So my prediction is strategy will be the next one that falls. This is what I view as the evolution of management. I think if you go back to the 1970s, it was very gut-driven. I know my business, this is my playbook, I know what price my customers want to say, trust me, I know my guys, believe me. That was how leadership was run in the 1970s. That wasn't going to work. The slide deck came along, was really McKinsey's. I started my career at McKinsey, which is why I mentioned them a few times. This was McKinsey's heydays. You'd discuss everything on PowerPoint, you'd make decisions. Then around the 2000s, which was when Salesforce and a lot of these companies like NetSuite that I was mentioning really launched, came along, you moved to dashboards. We've now got this concept of if you're not preparing for the future because of the high velocity, the idea that change is constant, you are going to be left behind. And so people have become very future-oriented. And the people that have become future-oriented, like Saudi Arabia, with the 2030 vision, they're profiting from that. I think the future is tying that future orientation with dashboards. So matching your short term with real-time data in the present. Now, the good news is, I think while strategy is very behind other parts of the organization, I think there's an ability or an opportunity to leapfrog other organizations. So today, strategy is still, let me run the numbers, let me do the analysis, let me put a PowerPoint together, and we're going to look at it every 3-6 months at best, probably more likely every year. Whilst every other organization looks at their dashboards, their real-time data every day. The concept of a technological leapfrog, and a couple of these actually came up earlier in some of the talks, is the idea of skipping one technology and jumping to the next one. So mobile banking in Africa. There's just more likelihood that you're going to be mobile banking. You've skipped traditional retail banking. Another one is the national grid. Some people have gone straight to solar. And then another one, which is probably the greatest example actually, is landlines. So a lot of countries that reached landline peak of like 95, 96% of people having one were actually slower to adopt phones and get to like 100% having mobile phones than some developed markets, which just skipped the landlines and went straight to cell phones. So what's the opportunity to leapfrog here? Well, I think the future of dashboarding is AI telling you where to look. The past is, give me Excel, I'm going to pivot data, I'm going to crunch the numbers, and I'm going to do this every month. Today is, I'm going to look at my 70 dashboards, and I'm going to try to use that to understand my business. I'm still going to react relatively slowly, but a lot faster than the past. I think the future is, and this is a snippet from Cascade, is when you open up your dashboards, instead of just seeing 70 dashboards and being expected to find meaning, AI tells you where to focus your time. You said you were launching in Japan, 3 stores have opened, your widgets you're producing are behind, you're going to have an issue. Or these 3 sellers on your team are failing, you need to part ways with this one, you need to give this one training on stage 2 process, or whatever it is. And I think that's the future. And we at Cascade, as you'll see later, have jumped to this idea. This is how I think people will make decisions in the future. So all of this leads to, which gets to the conclusion of my presentation here, the idea of strategy-led performance. Strategy-led performance is taking your long-term vision, which we all agree you need, finding some way of getting that into your short-term decision-making. So this year we did a big partnership with David's company, Balanced Scorecard Institute. Balanced Scorecard is a phenomenal way to track a strategy. It's not the only way, and I know that you do more than that now, David. We also do a lot more than that, but it is a very good option. That's what strategy-led performance is. It has 5 parts to it. This is my last slide, by the way, and then we're going to go to the discussion. The first thing is it needs an operating rhythm. So, Mohammed, you started your talk by saying you can't do strategy once a year. We think you need to do strategy at least once a month. So when I have a Salesforce or any other system, having that system on its own is completely useless. Salesforce is valuable to me because every Monday I get on with every rep and I do a deal review. Every Wednesday I get on and I do a war room. At the beginning of every quarter I do a QBR. That, what I call rhythm or cadence or operating system, is far more valuable than the software itself, but the software allows me to do that. And strategy's rhythm is once a year, big bang, nothing, once a year, big bang. And I think that has to change to something more frequent. The next thing is standardize updates. I challenge you to look at strategy decks from the last 2 or 3 quarters or 2 or 3 years, and what you'll find is that there is no consistency in how people report. And as a result, there's no accountability. You just talk about the good if you want to talk about the good. You don't talk about we said this and then this is the actual number. And I think standardizing updates is something that dashboards have done very, very well. Connecting the dots, nothing's more important than alignment when it comes to strategy. If one part of the business is ahead, that may result in a giant problem for the rest of the business. And of course, the opposite is exactly true as well. Real-time signals. Strategy, as I've said, is the only place in business where we don't expect real-time signals, where we look at data on 3, 6 months, semi-annually or annual basis, and I don't think that works. And then the last bit is by cascade. You need a system or a piece of software to actually allow you to do this. And I think the future of any software right now is it has to be AI-driven. I think if you are buying any software right now, this isn't to do with just Cascade, but if you're buying software right now that doesn't have a meaningful AI angle, it's probably out of date and probably not a great investment of your time. So that is strategy-led performance. I think strategy is existential. I think we're doing it wrong right now, and I think the reason we're doing it wrong right now is because we do not link the short term very well to the long term. And that's been a lot of the theme about some of the other sessions here today. I'm going to move to the Q&A in a second, but we have a very short survey that you're more than welcome to do that looks at your strategic maturity. Now, I think there's some more advanced versions of this out there in the audience. This is, I think, a 10 to 15 questions. Will take you about 3 or 4 minutes, and will just give you our view on how you are from an alignment, speed, focus perspective. Very visual thing. If you've ever done Myers-Briggs, this is just like that. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Mushtaq Khan up to the front, and we're going to have a discussion here on strategy. I'm going to kick off this. I think we'll just sit here, if that works for you. I'm going to kick this session off with 4 questions that I have for Mr. Mushtaq, and we're going to go back and forth on it, and then I'm going to open it to Q&A. So I will open that Q&A right now. If you put questions into the chat, we will address them later. Mr. Mushtaq, would you mind a quick introduction? And firstly, thank you very much for joining me up here. I really appreciate it.
Does this work? Is this okay now? Yeah, I think so. Thanks. So I said, my name is Mushtaq Mohammed Khan. I'm the Group Chief Strategy Officer at Al-Khurayf Group. But I'm also a former consultant. So I've done strategy consulting for a considerable part of my life. And then I decided to shift to the industry. So I've been with Al-Khurayf Group for the last couple of years now. I hope you know about the group, what we do. Yeah. We can get started.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, we are going to kick off with 4 questions here, have a bit of discussion. I see people typing questions in here already. I just want to start off very high level. How do you think about strategy formation? So before we get to execution, how do you think of strategy formation? Who should be involved? How do you make those selections and decisions on where to point the organization?
Yeah. And I want to tell the audience that, there's not going to be some high talk. I'm going to talk from my experience as a former consultant, and more so from my experience for the last 2 years of managing, strategy across the group. So we at Al-Khurayf Group kicked off our strategy in 2024.
Yep.
And I was bringing a baggage of my experience from the past in terms of what worked, what didn't work when you set up strategy. Because, it's probably the easiest thing to do, to develop strategy, because you hire consultants, they come in, loads of slide deck, it's easy to do. But what really is the key is how do you mobilize the organization, get them on the train to make this this happen. So one of the first things we did is identify stakeholders from across the board. So you're not looking just at the leadership level, because the owners and the leadership level executives are really committed. You know, they want to make this happen. So what you really want is basically folks from across the organization level. You want to co-create strategy. So you bring in the best of the we brought in the best consulting firm in the world. So we paid tons of money, $1.5 million.
Are you able to say who that was, or is that a secret?
No, that's not a secret because we paid so much money.
Yeah.
So we brought in a top consulting firm. But prior to bringing them in, we also made sure that we had absolutely the team ready on our side.
Yes.
So we co-create the strategy right from the word go. So that's one of the first things. And the other is, and I think this is a common problem for all of us from the industry side. Now, Charlie, you're on the other side, let's say.
Yeah.
That we start with aspirations. Everybody has aspirations. The owners have aspirations. Executives have aspirations. Aspirations are big dreams. What is my North Star? Let's do it. But the reality is facts. Where are you today? Your baselining is very important. So baselining is super important. So you come to grips with where you are right now. So whatever you build on is real estate. Two is you co-create. I think these are the top two things, Charlie.
Just on that, what does co-create mean? So who in the team outside of the consultants need to be involved?
Yeah. So if you do not have a strategy office, let us say, by the way, I'm the founder, director of the strategy office. So I came in and I started the setup. And so if you don't have an office, then you probably want to have a core team.
Yes.
You know, it could be the CFO. Yeah. You know, there is a chief shared services officer or someone like that. But a core team of executives that are directly reporting to the CEO.
So you said CFO. Is there anyone you don't want in the room? Sometimes the CFO brings a perspective which maybe is too short-termist.
Yeah. No, but then you need to have the CFO on board.
Yes,
right
that's true.
You need to have the CFO on board. So the best thing to do is to have, you know, a team. In our case, we formed a steering committee that made sure that we had the right representation across different groups. So we are about 8 to 10 members in the steering committee. And then for the subsidiary strategies, we had project committees. So we had a very nice structure, a governance structure in place. You know, the cadence, you know, how often the steering committee will come. It was all, you know, cast in stone, and we just made sure that it all worked. And when the document was done, the strategy was done, now we are in the execution phase, we made sure that everybody signed on. So there is no one who said, I really don't know what the strategy is. I didn't subscribe for this. No, we don't have that.
Yeah, there was a lot of buy-in. Okay, second question of the 4 is, when you think about moving to the execution stage, what's important to get right? So you mentioned the idea of cadence there. I think that's an important part of it. But how do you make the execution layer effective?
Yeah. So in our case, we had an official launch, and I did hear people talking about official launches. So we had an official launch of the strategy, very well organized event, and employees from across the globe, because Al Khuraif Group is a Saudi-based industrial conglomerate, so we are truly international. So we had everyone from across the world dial in. There was an official event. But one of the key risks that you run is the enthusiasm that you have at the launch of strategy fades away at some point in time. So you need a champion organization, a team of people that are really at it on a regular basis. So, and I saw some slides on, fortnightly, monthly, quarterly. They all have to come, to life, and to make that happen. And the key is, you have to have owners identified. Now, in our case, we have, a whole bunch of strategic initiatives across subsidiary companies and at the group level. And each have a very clear owner, mandated with the responsibility and a timeline, KPIs in place, budgets allocated. And we said, okay, strategy is not Quran, so it's not cast in stone, in true sense. So you have to adapt. And this means that, in the quarterly review, when the boards have critical questions, performance related, what aspects do you need to adapt? And Saudi Arabia is fast emerging. That's going to be another topic that we're going to jump in. So you did your strategy now, and something changes in the next quarter and the quarter next that actually hits the reality of some of the initiatives. How do you adapt? So a combination of being agile, dynamic, the ownership, KPIs, and you getting the enthusiasm going with the cadence. Very critical.
I think the idea of agility is a very key thing. You've got to look at the numbers and react to them. And when people see you do that, then I think they take the strategy and the strategy execution more seriously.
Absolutely. And that's the most difficult part.
Yeah.
And it is true that you can get lost. And then I've come to, terms with the reality, because, I am, let's say I'm the custodian of the strategy in the organization. Of course, there are owners at different levels. For one of our subsidiaries, the real owner of the strategy, the CEO of the company. But at the group level, we're the custodians who want to make sure. But the key is making sure that they don't lose track of things.
Yes.
And CEOs can get lost because they have day-to-day priorities. Orders not won, important contracts. The teams are chasing business, so it's easy for people to lose track of things.
Cool. The third question I had is just, what does all of this mean for KSA specifically? So there is so much investment happening here. It's a very dynamic market. As I mentioned earlier, $4 billion spent on management consultants.
Yes.
That seemed to work for Dubai in some degree. 2030 visions. KSA is a very unique strategy environment. What does all of this mean
and
for?
It's true for us.
Yeah.
So what Vision 2030 has done to this country,
Yes.
It has created what I call as a moving frontier.
Yes.
And in far matured markets, strategy is, let's say, a 3-year, 5-year cycle, which means, you have a strategy, and you're probably doing refresh, but, the larger parameters are still in place. So you don't spend on management consultants every year, let us say. But in case of Saudi Arabia, it's the strategy cycle, I would say, is, 16, 18 months, a couple of years, which means you need to come back and check whether some of what you intend to do is still meaningful or not.
Yes.
And I've been a visitor to Saudi Arabia for a long time, and I'm residing here for the last 8 years.
Yes.
This country has changed, big time. Absolutely. And it is going through change as we speak. So Charlie, the next time you come back after a year, you're going to say some new things.
I'll be back in 3 months. But
I'm just saying. And for Saudi Arabia, the benchmarks are not anymore local or regional. It's global. You can take any industry. And Saudi organizations are looking for truly global benchmarks.
Yes.
And the markets that we want to serve are also global markets. So we might have short-term aspirations to serve regional markets, but when we are trying to create capacities, we're also looking at global.
Yes.
So short cycles,
yes,
global markets, and then I can tell you, and I'm seeing this and witnessing myself, the culture is changing.
Yes.
The way you embrace strategy or execution. But culture will eventually define whether you're going to win or lose.
Yes.
So an organization wins, a company wins or loses. It's probably coming from execution culture, and it's more true for Saudi Arabia. More than ever, I would say.
When we were speaking earlier, you sort of said that KSA had gone through a visioning stage, and now it was in an execution stage. Tell me more about what you meant by that.
Absolutely. So all the money that has been spent on consulting firms, I was part of a consulting firm, so we bid for projects. And projects would come left, right, and center from different government entities. In many cases, government organizations were spending on very similar projects, but in different contexts. The country is now moving towards an execution phase.
Yes.
So strategy development refresh is still happening, but the large focus is shifting towards execution, which is why I said, the execution culture. Is more important now than ever before. And how do you manage and make that happen is going to be the test for us.
I think that's exactly right. companies that we at Cascade work with in KSA, the notion of KPIs and like actually tracking stuff is just much more true today than it was even a year ago. So I think people are in that execution mode. Okay, last one, and then we'll move to the questions from the audience. AI is the topic du jour in every single conference I'm at. What does AI mean for strategy in your mind?
Look, I must make an honest admission. We're still trying to figure out as an organization, but we are exploring things.
Yes.
But from the context of strategy, I want to believe AI is not going to substitute developing strategy. No, that's not how I view this. But it would probably be easier for you to now create your baselines.
Yes.
Crunch lots of data.
Yes.
And get to the point of start rather quickly than before. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's one thing. The other is you tend to celebrate wins early on, or let us say put a wrap on some performance issues. AI will show clearly if your strategy is really failing or not.
Yes.
If truly adapted, it will quickly tell you, based on fact, based on data, that your certain go-to-market programs are not working, your cost to service customers are shooting up, and contrary, let us say, to what you might actually present to the board, saying that everything is hunky-dory, great going, but then the data tells you a different picture. And that is something that we're also trying to do, right? With Cascade, we have Cascade, with us. We're using the artificial AI intelligence to really put the truth before the executive board. And I think the bigger challenge, and it's going to be for us and everybody else, is how do we use AI in our culture, when I say culture of doing things and making strategy work for us. That's going to be the biggest demand, I think, for all organizations. How are we going to adapt AI-driven generation of insights, analytics, and actionable insights, let us say, to really make decisions happen and change the way things. So we all need to get trained, prepared to really embrace that new frontier, let's say.
I think that's exactly right. I think with strategy formation, and you started by saying this, that the analysis part should be done by AI now. Not entirely, but it's going to be substantially faster. I think the decision part remains a very human thing for a very long time. And it's how you differentiate. If everyone has the same LLM, is crunching the same numbers, you still need some different lens on that to make a different decision.
Yeah, but just talking about ChatGPT, it wants to be nice to you all the time. It doesn't say no to you. So you quiz it in different direction. It always gives you something that you like.
Yeah.
But when you get into agentic AI and really feed data, from within the organization, the true picture, let's say, will emerge. And that should be the basis for how organizations work. I mean, things like, we have an agricultural business, irrigation business. So we manufacture, center pivot irrigation equipment that is exported across the world. We are also looking at newer footprints, let us say. I'm being mindful of how much I can say here, right? So you want predictive analytics, AI-driven, to really see, where are the markets coming up, how are the markets shaping up, what is the demand likely to be, and so on. And then there's more, spare parts, predictive maintenance, everywhere AI can be helpful.
Yeah. Cool. We've got 5 minutes. Why don't we do 2 questions from the audience? I saw one, which is a good one for you, Mr. Mushtaq, which is, what is the daily routine of a CSO?
You've touched on my nerve. It's not easy, I'm telling you. It looks glamorous from the outside. It's not so from within. But I have my own, mechanism to work. So typically the strategy office runs on a very tight budget, looks at the group strategy, subsidiary strategies. The CEOs are busy doing their own things, and you want to bring their attention back to, hey, what's going on with this initiative? These tasks are not getting done. The health status on Cascade shows, amber, red, and so on. So the typical day goes in managing execution, and a lot from my side on communication. So I'm walking the halls, meeting the managing directors, trying to pull the strings from different sides, the CEO officers and their teams. So keeping the execution going is a significant part of the work that we do. But then also from the strategy execution come new quick projects. And contrary to how consulting firms do, you bring in a firm, they do 3 weeks, 6 weeks of work. There is a elaborate brief. But in our case, some decisions have to be taken in less than a week's time. So I get an email that says, hey, here is a new opportunity. Chinese companies chasing us, let's say, to sign an exclusive dealership. We do a quick analysis, come back and tell yes or no to that decision, and if yes, what kind of risks and so on. So there are two blocks. We still act as internal consultants, doing ad hoc, projects, and then the other side, managing execution, and a lot of emphasis on governance and getting the culture moving. And to me, culture is probably the biggest thing, organizational aspect of it. Thanks for asking. It's a nice question.
That's a good question. We'll take one more question here, and then we'll wrap up. I like this question around communicating. So the question is like, how do you communicate internally and externally what strategy is?
External is when you are a listed company, let us say. So we have 2 listed companies. And I must tell, they have their own strategies and parts. The rest of the group is privately held.
Yes.
Right? The owners are, they fully own the business. So the communication is largely internal, but at different levels. Now, so we have a system where we feed the board with quarterly updates. So I go to the board myself for certain briefings, and we have the CEOs, we prepare the CEOs to do their briefings to the board. So we want them to talk from the strategy, not just financial numbers and so on. So we manage our own communications and also have the communications from the CEO's office managed, and there is a plan, fortnightly, monthly, quarterly, and so on. And a lot of communication is, let's say, also informal, which means the walks that I do on different halls to make things work. Alhamdulillah, it's been going on fine so far.
I think that makes sense. One thing that I like that you said earlier, Mohammed, is this idea that everyone needs to feel attached to it in their life. So you gave the example of the janitor at NASA. And you used the phrase, strategy is everyone's job. Our vision at Cascade is strategy is everyone's business. The way that really manifests most effectively is that people feel like they can affect the strategy. So if a strategy execution tool or a strategy execution is just report on your numbers and be held accountable when you're not successful and maybe get, I don't know, some small award when you are successful, if that's all it is, that doesn't tend to get traction. But if it is a feedback loop, if it is a vision that people feel attached to, I think that's much more effective when it comes to communicating.
Absolutely. And adding to that, Charlie, is we are now, so we got the strategy done 2024 for the group and the subsidiary companies. 2025 is the first year of execution, so we've taken stock of things. We're changing the game plan. So instead of us doing a lot of communication across the board, we're getting now the management teams to do the communication. So there is a sense of ownership and involvement. And we closely shadow them and support them and enable them to make that happen. So and we're seeing, the change and results that's coming with this approach. And it's alhamdulillah, it's working.
Awesome. I think we're up on time, and that was some very interesting and very tactical and real guidance. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Charlie, for having me here. It's a pleasure to be in front of the audience. I hope you liked it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. If you're up for it, I'm going to do one page on Cascade. So I'm not going to give you a 3-minute. I'm going to actually just show you what an AI dashboard looks like. And then we will wrap up in about a minute if that works for you, Mohammed. I know we're almost up on time here. So I'm just logging into a fake instance called Meerkat Corporation. You see that in the top right. I could show you digitizing a plan. I could show you how you integrate into different systems to pull in data. I could show you how you build a balanced scorecard or OKR framework. But the most important thing, I think, which is the holy grail of our software, is reports. A typical company will have around 100 reports. So there will be one for the CEO, there's one for the board in a lot of companies that we work with. There'll be one at every level of the organization. And these reports are custom to what you're looking to share at that point. And this is what really drives that cadence. So I mentioned this idea of AI telling me where to look. If I go down in this dashboard, I have all the usual stuff. I have KPIs. I can click into any of this and see sort of what's going on different goals or parts of the business. But the really interesting thing is at the top, and this is just all very, very real, it's told me the most important things. We call this the executive brief, and it tells me where I need to spend my time. I can then ask it about risks, wins and challenges. These buttons are just prompts that we would code for you as part of implementation, so you can have them as whatever you want. And then there's also just a chatbot-like feature to say, okay, which of my teams are behind, or okay, we're not doing a good job on margins. Why is that? What's driving that? And I think this is the future of AI dashboards. It's not just giving you visual data, it's actually telling you where you should spend your time and which ones you should look at. So with that, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you for letting me take up 45 minutes of your time today. I've really enjoyed being here, and thank you, Mohammed.
whether we actually succeeded or not. But it's after the fact. It comes after there's no chance of going back and doing any stuff. But then you need an early warning signal, something that tells you mid-course whether you're on track or not. And that is your leading indicator. It tells you whether you're on track or not. Because it does not measure the end outcome. It measures the effort that you're doing. And it's based on a hypothesis of if you achieve and succeed in what you're doing from an effort point of view, your input, your process, and whatever, yes. Yes. So let's say we want to raise awareness. Awareness is something that we will not be able to capture until the end of a reporting period. So we do an awareness survey once a year. And it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money to be able to go to the public and capture how much did we raise awareness for a specific topic. But then, by the time we measure whether the awareness has risen or not by the end of the year, it's too late to do anything. We either succeeded or failed in achieving a specific target. But what can we do to make sure that we're on the right track, to measure efforts? So these are the leading indicators. How many sessions are we doing per month to raise awareness? How many campaigns are we taking forward to raise awareness? The content that we're creating to raise awareness, and so on and so forth. By measuring the enablers of that lagging indicator, which is the leading indicator, we have a way to correct take corrective actions to make sure that we can do a mid-course correction. Do you have a question? Exactly. Usually the frequency of measuring leading indicators is short, so we can measure them on a weekly, monthly, quarterly basis because we're talking about efforts, which are day-to-day things we do. But the success of what we're trying to do from an outcome point of view is something that takes a longer frequency to measure. So that was this question. Let's go and check other questions that we had. Okay, what is the best way to measure strategy? And probably we already revealed that one. And they are not strategic initiatives. As we said, that is not a correct answer. If we measure success of a strategy by measuring the success of an initiative, that means we deliver, we have moved the needle. That's not always correct. You can be 100% okay with an initiative, you've delivered your initiative, it's been successful, quality, deliverables, budget, timeline, everything is perfect, but the needle did not move on the KPI. The KPI did not improve. So what do we measure for KPIs exactly? And that is probably the second most chosen answer. Okay, so David had a question, which was, where does strategy execution most often break down in your organization? So most of the people had strategy is not clearly translated into operational terms, so we don't cascade it down to departmental levels. People don't see their line of contribution to the top organizational outcome. Or the second one is the governance accountability, roles, responsibility, who does what, my RACI matrix from a strategy point of view. All of that is also very important. Let's take one more before we begin sitting down for the panel. So, which part of the structured journey do you believe your organization needs the most improvement in? And most of the people said the diagnosis, the assessment of the current state, whether internal or external. So my benchmarks, my pastels, my porters, 5 forces, all of those are very important to understand the external, macro, and internal micro environment. The diagnosis is important. And a lot of organizations miss this. They don't have intelligence on the market. They don't have intelligence on the competition. They don't even have intelligence on their internal issues. So with that being said, let's get ready for our panel discussion. So gentlemen, Charlie, David, and Warren, if you can join me. So let's go back to what we're supposed to do during those 1-hour sessions, and we postponed till now, which is answering the questions that we have. We have a lot of questions. We have almost 37 questions that we've received from you. But of course, we don't have time for 37 questions. So we'll probably take the ones with the highest upvotes. Until now, we still have those questions open, so you can upvote any question that you want answered. I'll check them one by one now, and we'll go into answering these. Okay. So. So, first question that we have, what do you suggest if we have leaders or team members who hate balanced scorecards? So, David, I think you get into that a lot. You have a lot of people who say, we don't believe in balanced scorecards, we don't want balanced scorecards, we want this, but at the very end, it is still balanced scorecards. But they don't like the terminology, they don't want it. What do you do?
That's never happened. No, it actually happens all the time. I like to separate the framework from the principles. So if somebody hates the framework, the phrase balanced scorecard, try to implement the principles. The principles are you have high-level strategy, you articulate what you're trying to accomplish, you measure your progress, you have actions, you connect dots. Those principles can be implemented, and you call it something else. As a matter of fact, most of our clients call it something else. We worked with Blue Man Group, the entertainment organization in the U.S., with the blue faces.
They were here in Riyadh, by the way.
Were they? Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So maybe you caught the show. They called their plan a blueprint. Of course, it's a blueprint, and they use the blueprint images and metaphor to communicate their strategy. They thought, because the phrase balanced scorecard was very corporate, it didn't fit their culture, but they used all the same principles. It was the same exact thing, just called something else.
Super. So we don't have to stick to using the word balanced scorecards.
Right.
And to be honest, I even have an issue with the word balanced scorecards, because when people hear the word balanced scorecard, they give it weight that is not really, it doesn't give it its worth. It's not a scorecard.
Right.
It's a fully fledged system from A to Z. It's a cycle.
Yeah.
It's not a scorecard. So maybe the terminology scorecard is a little bit, it's not really connected to what it really is.
That's right. I think in 1990 it was a scorecard. It was just a performance measurement system, and in the years since it has evolved into a much broader, more holistic system. I had a CEO call me 3 weeks ago who was building he bought the first book, the Kaplan and Norton book, and was implementing a scorecard just the way it was originally designed.
Okay.
And we helped him broaden that and make it much better.
Okay. So next question, and this is a question, this is right in your playfield, Warren. Could you share an example of where you've used the Co-Create Tomorrow process and what impact it had?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, with pleasure. I mentioned the example earlier with the Executive Council of Dubai, and I think being resident in the city, it's really interesting to work with an organization that is thinking through, what the future of the city can be, and look at how that's going to improve the lives for the citizens, for the residents, for the tourists, etc., and to see that actually come to life as projects, as technologies. In fact, Paul's working very closely with them at the moment and going to visit other cities around the world to see what's the latest and greatest happening in other cities. So I think that's personally a very satisfying example to see that that come to life. We also do quite a lot of work for organizations around sustainability. So we've seen organizations think through, well, if we want our future to be in a certain way, how do we do that in a sustainable manner?
Okay.
And I think one of those, which is really interesting, an organization called Anglo Coal, so part of the Anglo-American Mining Group, a few years ago we did this kind of process with them, and they realized that actually their biggest problem was that they called themselves Anglo Coal. They should have called themselves Anglo Energies. And I know we've seen since then Total Energies and the likes. And to see their mindset change, just because of actually reframing themselves away from what they perceived as their core business to another whole core business of limitless opportunities around energies, as opposed to a product like coal, which is obviously out of date and causes a lot of problems for the world.
So I can imagine these take a long time to actually realize and materialize. But in general, on an average, how long does it take? Because I understand that it's not only the design of what we need to do, you actually take it a step forward and you implement and you go to a proof of concept and implement it. So on average, how long does it take in these engagements from the minute you begin initializing the engagement until you actually see that impact and outcome that you talked about?
So Mohammed, the examples I'm sharing with you are like the think big examples that have made a massive difference. But generally on these programs, you probably have 70 to 80% of what comes out is actually low-hanging fruit that can be started straight away and something can be done right away. So for example, there's an organization called TradeLing, which is the fastest growing B2B platform in the Middle East. And this is known because they released the product, so I'm not sharing their secrets. We ran this process in conjunction with Amazon. We ran the Co-Create Tomorrow process. And what they realized is that given their platform and the fact that they've got these million plus products online, actually there's significant opportunities for them to insure these products and to provide short-term working capital and finance and funding for these products.
Okay.
So within literally a few months of the program,
Wow.
they had these new products in the market, earning revenues from insurance, from funding, finance, etc.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So one area that I'm sure everyone is fond about, and we contemplate this a lot. What are we going to do with AI, and what's AI going to do with us in the future? So we need to ask Charlie about AI, and what is the future of AI when it comes to the world of strategy, specifically when it comes to dashboards. We've seen something very nice in terms of how Cascade can utilize AI in the right proportion, because as you said, there's this divide between AI insights and human decisions. So how can you, if we want to tell the audience, what do you see in terms of AI being a major part of strategy?
Well, firstly, what I'd say is we're in the exploratory phase of AI right now, generative AI specifically, trying to work out what the implications are. There is a new startup in the AI space every single hour, I bet, in San Francisco. I don't know if anyone read this recent MIT report, but the report, this came out about 3 months ago, basically said there wasn't ROI on AI investments today. And this was a pretty, if you can have a longitudinal study over 2 years, it was that. It was a study that was really looking at whether there was ROI. Now, people interpreted that as people invested $100 and got $0 back. That's not what the report says. People invested $100 and they got less than $100 back. And what this tells me, reading that report, is that there are some things that AI is incredibly good for. And then there are some things that we're trying to do that AI just has no business doing right now. And in 2 or 3 years' time, it might have business doing. So whenever I think about rolling out AI, I think, firstly, I do think there's value in experimenting. Play around. Like there's, even if you just lose $100,000 and you've tried a few different things, there's a lot of value to your learning there. But I think that when you do try to do something at scale, you've got to say, does the technology solve this actual problem? And so what we prioritized at Cascade is 2 things: the ingestion of data. So we can trawl through your meetings, your call recordings, we can trawl through your emails, we can trawl through your PowerPoints, wherever data is sitting. We ingest that with AI. I think that's a great use case. And then the other thing, which is what I showed you, is visualizing data. And that is something that I think AI is very good for. So looking through all of the data, crunching the numbers and saying this, knowing you, knowing your strategy, knowing your KPIs and your objectives, this is where you need to focus your time. And then I think the focus in your time remains a very human thing. There might be some agentic components there that say, we agree that you are behind launching Japan, go and ping these 3 people to make sure that they're doing their things or they're aware of it. But I think an actual decision ultimately still sits in the hands of humans for at least another little bit.
Okay. So I do know that there's a significant R&D team at Cascade with the sole role or sole responsibility of introducing more AI features in Cascade.
Totally.
So if it's not top secret,
Yeah.
can we get a sneak peek on what to expect in 2026?
So this year we released Tapestry, which is the ingestion of data. Tapestry is the concept of weaving things together.
Okay.
And we released our AI dashboards. I think next year this is really around the idea of taking those actions and getting them down to an organization. So the next step that we've got is you see, okay, I give this example because it's a real one for one of our companies, but you said you were launching in Japan. There's part of that you're behind. There's going to be a button that says alert your production team of the issue and ask for feedback. And that will then, the AI will do some degree of agentic work to go and action a series of things that hopefully will drive to a better outcome.
Super. Thank you, Charlie, for that.
Yeah.
So let's look at the rest of the questions that we're getting from the audience. So there is this question, I'm not sure who wants to answer this. What is a strategic execution framework? So what does a strategic execution framework consist of? And in my humble opinion, I'd say a strategic execution framework is not only singular. So you have a strategy management framework, which is the planning, the management, the reporting, the execution, and all of that. But if we want to talk explicitly and specifically about execution frameworks, do you want to answer that, David? What would that consist of?
Well, we have something called an accelerator, which is really just a list of tools and methodologies. Because strategy execution can mean a lot of different things, depending on the organization and what they focus on. It's a matter of applying the right tool for the right scenario to make it happen. But I agree, with the way you described it, strategy management plus the planning plus the operationalizing of strategy is
But if we want to at least understand what are the most top critical imperatives to be able to deliver strategy execution the right way, what imperatives should I consider and have on the ground?
For me, what I described in my presentation was having a cadence of regular, disciplined meetings, making sure that you stay on that, and then what I was referred to as the strategy cohesiveness, that we can have a shared understanding of what we're trying to accomplish, and we have a shared sense of how to prioritize. We always have way too many things to do.
Yeah, correct.
There's way too many initiatives, always. And so can we recognize that out of our list of 40 initiatives, number 1, 7, and 8 are the ones we're going to focus on right now, and the rest of us can back off a little bit, and wait for our favorite project until those things become the most strategically urgent.
Okay, so thank you, David. Another question on the Co-Create Tomorrow program. It seems to be gaining traction, Warren. For those considering a Co-Create Tomorrow engagement, what does this actually look like in practice? Who's in the room? Where do you run it? How long does it take? And what do we walk away with?
Sure, there's quite a lot to answer.
Yes.
But simply put, we get the leadership team of the company and probably the innovation team together with our futurists and future makers and thought leaders, along with AWS's innovation team and their industry experts. And we run a process that can be as short as a 1 or 2 day workshop. But we really run a process to think through what is the future going to look like, to imagine what is the ideal future business for that organization and the future products, services, businesses. And then Matt spoke about the working backwards from the customer process. So we take the high priority opportunities that are identified and run them through that working backwards process. Again, that depends on capacity from the organization, but can be anything from a few days to a few weeks. And then the key thing, part of the theme of today, is execution. So then the key thing is to actually start building proof of concepts, pilots, or full implementations to go and test those in the market.
So if we do have organizations that are interested in looking into innovative ways of growing their business and looking into future foresights and scenario planning, that will help them innovate their next 20, 15 years at least, what would you tell them to be prepared with if they want to engage in future foresight, whether with you or even internally, based on their own capabilities? What should they have well prepared in their organization to get this done?
So we want access to their leadership team and to their innovation and implementation team.
Mhm.
What we do find, and to talk very openly about it, is sometimes we have a CEO who wants to drive the change, and that's very powerful. If you've got a CEO who wants to make the change, then that's great. If you can arrive with that. Sometimes we've got other people in the organization who want to get the CEO to make changes as well. But really to come with the open mind with the leadership team, and then to be prepared to actually go and experiment and to whatever the ideas that one comes up with, to actually go and build them and test them in the market. We see a lot and have seen over time, and we get away from this as much as possible. A lot of organizations will do the thinking and do the team breakaway and have 2 days of strategy, and then they don't implement.
Okay.
And for us, that's a complete waste of time for everybody. So generally, we will do some discussions up front to say, how committed are you to actually go and take these new opportunities that you've identified into the market to test them? And I think the one-way, two-way door that Matt spoke about from
Yes.
decision-making is great for that. There's a lot of things you can put into the market. If they don't work, you just backtrack.
And I think that happens a lot with the big companies.
Yes, and you can do that very inexpensively.
Yes.
Whereas a lot of companies will go and build everything in a very expensive manner. And
You
then
don't
it
have to do
doesn't-
that.
then
We
it
can
doesn't
start
work.
with something small, test it
Exactly,
out,
yeah.
and then if it works out, you can just scale
Then
it
you
up.
scale. Then you
Yes.
scale, yeah.
Okay. So one probably I have that question before even anyone asking it. The return on investment, Charlie, on something like Cascade. Cascade is, I'd imagine, it needs some cost to implement, to train, and to actually roll out.
Yes.
So there's cost associated with implementing a system to digitize and automate strategy. So if I want to understand the rate on investment, the return on investment from implementing a system like Cascade, where are the savings? Where do I bring back my money? Where do I save money to make sure that this is a good investment that I'm getting savings from?
Yeah. Look, for me, it's unless your corporate objective is savings, which it might be that you've got a series of corporate objectives that cut costs here. For me, it's not just about savings. So there are savings. You're no longer creating like lengthy PowerPoints, and we can give you more than your ROI in just like time wasted. But for me, the real value is a greater delivery of corporate goals. And what we typically see out there is about a 2x attainment of corporate goals. So if someone's achieving about 33% of their corporate goals before Cascade gets in there, they're then achieving about 66%. But it's not just about the software, and I want to be very clear. I think our software is incredibly powerful. It's market-leading software. But if you just bought Salesforce, or you just bought NetSuite, or you just bought Jira, that's not going to change your business. What's going to change your business, and we spoke about it a lot today, is the cadence, the rhythm, the discipline, the accountability that sits around that. So I view Cascade and similar pieces of software like a Salesforce or a NetSuite as enablers for much better delivery of results than anything else. Fundamentally, Salesforce helps you deliver on your sales targets. Fundamentally, Cascade helps you deliver on your corporate goals.
So there was this case study I've seen, or success story. You guys worked with Mercedes.
Yes.
And Mercedes was one of the cases where there was a evident amount of savings from canceling projects or initiatives or things that would not add to their objectives and their goals.
Yep.
So how can that be attained by using a system like that?
Yeah. So one of the things that I said earlier is that you don't have real-time data with strategy. Strategy professionals, this is just the history of it, typically look at data on a very ad hoc basis. You do a whole bunch of analysis, you look at something, you make a decision, you put it out in the world, and then you hope for a period of time that it goes in the right direction. If a year later you look at it and go, well, that was a really bad decision that we made, you then cancel that project. But there was probably a lot of real-time data out there in the business that told you that was a really bad idea. The example I like to give here is actually Starbucks in Australia. So Starbucks went into Australia with the classic Starbucks strategy, which I summarize as conquer the market. They opened 300 stores in 50 days or something, and lean operations. Australia is a market that is very coffee-centric. They don't want crappy Starbucks coffee. And the normal strategy didn't work. And it took them 3 years and about $200 million of wasted money when there was real-time data that was telling them you're being outcompeted by this store right opposite you, or people are buying this drink more than they do in America or wherever else you've been successful with this drink. And I think that you could have saved that $200 million of wasted money by pivoting to a better strategy. They now have a tailored strategy in Australia, and they're wildly successful. So there is a very different type of a Starbucks experience in Australia than there is in China or in America. And getting that real-time visibility allows you to ditch bad ideas fast.
And obviously having that real-time data available at your fingertips can help a lot in that context.
Yeah, and it's every other team runs their team with real-time data.
Yeah.
If one of my salespersons isn't performing, we're going to try and fix that, and then we're going to part ways with that person in like a very short period of time. But strategy, for some reason, gets away with these like, we'll see how it works in 3 years' time.
Yeah.
And by that time, everyone's moved on from it.
Yeah, yeah. So here's another question, and it's the question is open for anyone who wants to answer it. How can startups effectively develop and execute strategic planning, given the high levels of uncertainty, lack of established processes, and undefined roles? So we're a startup, we have a great idea, but we're just building stuff from the very beginning, from scratch. So we don't have processes in place, we have a lot of uncertainty. So how can we actually develop and execute a strategy plan based on that information? David or Warren, if you want to join.
I'd be happy to. To me, it's sort of like what you do with a small office that's doing a balanced scorecard, for instance. You have to scale it. You have to make sure that it's adaptable, because startups are usually much more chaotic, and they have to be able to adapt on the fly and react. But the principles are the same. They have a strategy. They have things that they're trying to accomplish. They have measurable goals, and so they can implement all the same pieces. They just might need to adapt it and keep it a little simpler.
Yeah, and in my humble opinion, I think one of the solutions that we can actually think of in that case is the use of OKRs.
Yeah.
And actually, we have a question here asking about OKRs and how it's different from balanced scorecards and traditional strategy planning. And I think OKRs for a tech startup, because most of the startups that we have right now are based on an idea that revolves around innovation and technology. The difference or the beauty of OKRs versus traditional strategy planning is that you can begin small, and it targets strategy planning at the team and individual level. And it gives you the flexibility to try and test out things, even if they fail. You have a short term of 3 months, quarterly review, and then you can change and can try something new. So prototypes, patents, and all of that, R&D, anything that dynamically revolves around testing new stuff, which is, of course, very true for startups, they can utilize OKRs instead of having this fully fledged, complicated, sophisticated strategy system. So I think OKRs in this case might be a good solution.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's one of the certifications also.
That's right.
The OKR piece.
That's right. Yeah.
So, okay, so let's continue. Warren, which sectors, which industries are facing the most changes in the next 10 years?
Sure, that's an interesting one. I think market, if I just look on the ground and in terms of to personnel who are working in organizations, the advertising marketing industry is facing massive change at the moment. The adoption of these tools, AI-related tools, but also in the business models. I think a lot of to your point about in strategy, you get measured over 3 years or something. Yeah. I think in marketing, a lot of the measurement's been so opaque for so long. Whereas now it's perhaps people aren't prepared to put up with that lack of measurement, etc. So I think that's been disrupted massively, which I think is a very interesting industry. I think the legal profession.
Unexpected.
Yeah, but I mean, we were working with a top legal firm recently, and they're just looking at their whole business and going, "This business is changing completely."
Okay.
Because it used to be about what knowledge you had. Now, obviously, the knowledge is ubiquitous now. So it's no longer as a legal person about the knowledge anymore. You know, the old pictures where you had all the legal journals on the wall in the library at the law firm. I mean, that doesn't exist anymore. It's not needed. I think the legal profession is being massively disrupted.
Okay.
So and obviously
tech related.
Yeah, most industries tech related are being.
Which ones are the most ones that are facing changes and disruptive technology?
It's a good question. I mean, I think airlines are interesting. I know Matt's doing a lot of work with the airlines.
Riyadh areas.
You know, and we've looked at a lot of that, and you look at things like the airport experience, the ability to change that experience dramatically is very, very interesting. Working a bit with the Amazon ads guys, the ability to actually put the right adverts in front of people, and I'm now going back to marketing and media, but to put the right information in front of the right people at the right time. But you think of that kind of experience at an airport, you know, when somebody's walking through and they see a particular advert, and then somebody else walks through 3 minutes later and they see something completely different because it suits their profile. I think even like the likes of oil and gas, you know, and there's perhaps more to do with things like 3D printing than AI itself specifically. I know in Abu Dhabi there's big initiatives where some of the oil and gas companies have managed to reduce their inventory of spare parts dramatically because they don't actually have to carry the spare parts. They can just print the parts when they need them.
Okay.
You know, so how does your organization, if you can use 3D printing, how does your repairs and maintenance activities, how do those change? Because you don't have to hold all the spare parts.
Super interesting.
So, across a wide range of industries.
Okay, so thank you, Warren. Cascade has issued a report, Charlie, in 2025. And that was the State of Strategy report for the year of 2025. And that, by the way, will be accessible and will be provided to anyone who asks for it as part of the event. So if you send us an email asking for that report, we'll send it to you. But the question here is, are we going to be expecting a 2026 report?
Are we going to be expecting a 2026 report? We haven't commissioned one yet. This report is of all of our customers, strategy leaders, CEOs. What are they viewing as the challenges out there right now? I think if we did it, we would do it towards the end of next year. But I think a lot of the lessons that we found this year are true for a while now. I think
that is something I wanted to ask you about. What are the 3-4 key takeaways that, if I want to summarize the most important messages from that report, 3 or 4 key takeaways?
Yeah, I think for me, I think one of the I'll give you 2. I think one of the most important was the lack of alignment. People have leaders have a view that although they're being told a strategy, their team is not actually contributing to that strategy, or that the direction in which another team is heading is not equally leading to that strategy. And I think that's a very interesting thing. So just this idea of a top-level strategy, go and follow this direction, and that everyone's just going to self-organize and make the right decisions for the broader group. I think that's just not real, and people aren't seeing that. And so that's why you have to take it from the high level to apply it to actually what does this mean for every individual person or every individual team or whatever it is. And that could be OKRs, that could be balanced scorecards, but I think that's one of the big things. And then look, we've heard this stat in so many different ways. David gave one, you gave one. I think Warren, you spoke about this idea as well, is strategies are failing. And that's what we found in that report, is that at a very high rate, people are not hitting their corporate objectives. When we go in there and meet a customer, very rarely, or meet a prospect, sorry, so before they're a customer, very rarely are they like, we're hitting 99% of our objectives. Actually, it's more like we're hitting 10-20% of our objectives. And something is very broken there. If you gave those same stats for any other division, if you said your CRO was hitting 10-20% of their plan, or 30-40% of their plan, some like absolutely large change would happen. Either that person would have to leave, or there would be an entire redo of how you're thinking about your sales goals. So we're setting these goals that are not unachievable, but we're not achieving them. And I think that's what the report showed.
This is all very interesting, and I think it adds to everything that we've learned today. A lot of key takeaways, not only from that report, but from Charlie's presentation himself, from Warren, Matt, from David, from Mushtaq. So I have to thank you all for being here. I've enjoyed all of this. I'm sure all of us as well enjoyed this. And the thing is, inshallah, we will have this event as an annual event each and every year with the Riyadh Chamber of Commerce. And starting next year, this will be a stage to award organizations, the Strategy Management Group Award for Excellence in Strategy Management by Strategy Management Group and Balance Scorecard Institute. And it will also be a platform where we can discuss, we can have discussions in anything related to strategy planning and execution and management. We'll be happy to see you all next year, inshallah. As for now, we thank you very much for your attendance, and we hope this has been a valuable experience for all of you. So thank you very much. Last thing we're going to do, we're going to put the QR code for next steps. So if anyone is interested in next steps, anyone is interested in joining the classes in January and February, in joining the communities that we will have, we'll put the QR on board. So you can use this to send us a message. If you need the presentations, if you need